już inny temat ogarniam. Ho, ho, ho. Ja wysyłam jeden z mikrofonów. Ho, ho, ho. Je. Uła. Je.
O, jakie oślepiające. No.
He. WTF. Test. Test mikrofonu raz. Patrzę próba mikrofonu, test mikrofonu, czy mnie słychać.
Dzień dobry, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'll start momentarily in 5 minutes or so. Apologies for the delay, and thank you for your patience. We'll start momentarily. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Ministry of Digital Affairs, the organizer of this event, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the beautiful city of Wrocław for Pairing Europe's Potential, a 2-day conference focused on future of digital identity and the development of European Digital Identity Wallet. I would also like to welcome everybody that is joining us today online. My name is Małgorzata Bobrowska, and I will be the master of the ceremony for this event. Over the course of today and tomorrow, we'll explore a wide range of essential topics shaping the future of identity, digital identity in Europe, from interoperability to the use of AI, to user experience, onboarding, and certification. I will start with a short recap of today's agenda. First, we'll have the address from the Secretary of State, who sends his sincere regrets for not being able to join us here today, as urgent national matters required his attention. But he shared a video which we will play momentarily. After the Secretary of State's address, at 10, we will hear the presentation on Potential's project results and key learnings, after which, at 11, we will have a session on the future of digital identity in Europe and the update on the EUD wallet ecosystem. Later this morning at 11:45, we'll hear about the AI chatbot in mObywatel app, followed by a panel that will discuss AI and EUD wallet. At 12:30, we'll break for a group photo and lunch will take place at the restaurant on the ground floor. The afternoon will have a dual-track format. Concurrently, there will be interoperability tests taking place downstairs in Sala Kamienica for Potential's partners on the ground floor. Sala Kamienica, that's where it is located. And they will be taking place after lunch from 1:30 till 5 p.m. And here in the plenary room this afternoon, we'll have following sessions. At 1:30, European Business Wallet Booster for Digital Economy and Society. At 2, we'll hear on the EU approach to age verification. And at 2:30, the presentations on qualified electronic signatures, with the one focusing on trends and insights of the qualified electronic signatures in the European landscape. And the second one will be on the public-private collaboration for qualified electronic signatures. At 3:15, we'll have a short coffee break, followed by the workshop block at 3:30, starting at 3:30. And that workshop will be on the digital onboarding. And it will be featuring presentation on digital onboarding under EIDAS 2.0 in mObywatel app, and a video verification aligned with EIDAS 2.0. And that will be followed by a roundtable discussion with member state representatives on the implementations. We'll close today with a short summary around 5:05 p.m., after which we'll invite you to join us for a cocktail hour at 7 p.m. in the restaurant on the ground floor. And before we begin, I would like to extend a special thanks to the Ministry of Digital Affairs, the organizers of this event, to all of our speakers and moderators, to ANS, our French colleagues, for organizing the interoperability testing and supporting here presenting with us today, and of course all of you participants who join us here in Wrocław and those online for your participation, knowledge, and commitment to building a secure, trusted digital identity solutions in Europe. And now we'll hear from the Secretary of State.
Dear friends from across Europe, it is a great honor to welcome you to Wrocław for the event Pairing Europe's Potential. Although I cannot be with you in person, I am delighted to join you virtually and to extend my warm greetings to the representatives of the European Commission, to my friends from the French Ministry of Interior, from the Ministry of Digital Affairs and the Ministry of Development and Technology of Poland, and to all representatives from both the public and private sector. Welcome, and thank you for being here. Over the next 2 days, we will not only gather results and learn lessons, but also sharpen our shared vision for the future of digital identity in Europe. The strength of this event lies in its diversity. Inspiring panels, experts-led workshops, interoperability test sessions, and what I personally find most exciting, the state of play presentations where countries share their own natural and national solutions. These moments of exchange are invaluable. They allow us to see what has worked, what has not, and what we should try next together. I'm especially proud of this event for 3 reasons. First, because it brings together hundreds of participants, both here in Wrocław and online as me today, united by commitment to Europe's digital future. Secondly, because it gives us the chance to share our own experience. With mObywatel application, we have shown what's possible when ambition is matched with the effective execution. Trusted digital identity and everyday services brought directly into the pockets of more than 10 million of Polish residents. And third, perhaps most importantly, because we all stand before the challenge and the opportunity of eIDAS 2. This is no small task, but this event is living proof that only through joint work and European cooperation we can turn this challenge into a shared success. Together, we can build practical, secure, and user-friendly digital identity tools that will serve all Europeans. I would like to express my gratitude to our French colleagues for leading the interoperability test sessions and, above all, for managing the potential consortium over the past 2 years. Your leadership is exemplary. And I also want to thank our private sector partners and experts. Your commitment and innovation are essential for the success of this ecosystem. But above all, let us remember, this event is about people. Over the next 2 days, I encourage you to inspire and be inspired. Challenge ideas, share your successes and your failures, and use every moment to strengthen our cooperation. Because when we truly pair Europe's potential, only the sky is the limit. Thank you for your dedication, and I wish you productive workshops and successful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the Secretary of State, Mr. Dariusz Standerski, for this inspiring video message. And now I would like to welcome to the stage Antoine Carmoy from the Ministry of Interior, French Ministry of Interior, for presentation on projects, potential results, and key learnings.
Thank you very much. Dzień dobry wszystkim. Last time I was in Poland, I knew more words. Well, now I know how to pronounce Wrocław. So every time you come to Poland, you learn a new way to call a city. It's my pleasure to be here. Thank you very much to our hosts for this very good-looking event, and hope that we bring you a lot of insights when it comes to the wallet implementations, all the different topics that have been addressed prior. And it's my pleasure also to consider that this is the end of Potential. Potential was a 2-year-long project. We started with a few member states, then we expanded to so many with very defined and very useful use cases. And now it's time to make the summary of the results. We have a couple of demos, a couple of numbers as well, just to show you what the momentum is on what we've built. So my name is Antoine Carmoy. I work for the French Ministry of the Interior for the France Identité program, which is the national app for online authentication for France. But let's start by stating the obvious. The whole UDI wallet ecosystem is built on several foundations established by the EC. First one being, of course, the EU Digital Decade Strategy, which by the end of the 2010s occurred one objective, which would be that by 2030 there would be an EID in place for everyone in Europe with, of course, by default, interoperability to be ensured. Then we had the ADAS2 regulation, which is not something that we had initially in the project. It was quite difficult, I think, for all different participants, because I think from one member state to another, from one partner to another, we all had a different definition of what it should be. I mean, the functions were not defined, what was a PID, what was an attestation was far from defined. But today, we're on much more mature ground to explain what the wallet should be. So we have the ARF, which is constantly evolving in a more transparent matters to the ecosystem, which is very valuable, I think, for everyone. Then you have the reference implementation, which proved during all different events that it was of great use for different implementers to get first grasp, first understanding of what a wallet should be. And in the end, there is what we have today, the LSPs, so the Digital Europe Program, which is what the Commission launched to encourage some concrete use case to take place, to be implemented across Europe, to accelerate the interop, because it was one of the different shortcomings of ADAS 1, is that it took time to deliver on some ADAS nodes, but in the end, there was small to no recognition between those. So the incentive provided by the Digital Europe program was indeed crucial to work on the wallet. So what is the wallet? I mean, the approach that we had in Potential, since we asked for each member state to be led by a ministry or a governmental agency. First is, of course, sovereignty, to make sure that each member state, when they have to deliver the wallet by the end of 2026, to make sure that they have a say. So that was the rationale that we also had in Potential in all different comitology. Of course, it's also a question of sensitivity from one member state to another. In Potential, we have some member states represented by the Ministry of Digital Affairs. We have others represented by the Ministry of the Interior. So that basically sets the landscape for Europe. I mean, all different member states have a different view. I know for France, we're very conservative in a way to indeed issue the UDI wallet. We're very concerned of where it would go because we're the Ministry of the Interior, so it's our approach on securing the ID of citizens. Then we have the certification trusts, which basically is the big elephant in the room. Some member states might have some difficulties. Some don't have caps, don't have NABs. And for that reason, it's quite crucial to already start working on that. I know for France, we have a lot of work being drafted regarding the different components to be certified, the approach both on cybersecurity but also functional certification. So this is indeed something that we have to ensure to make the wallet the most secure EID available. And then we have interop. So by the end of 2026, we have at least 27 wallets. Some member states might recognize some private wallets, some other might do it at a later stage. And for that reason, since the regulation says it's interoperable by default, it's our duty to make sure that this is ensured prior to the deadline of issuing the wallet. Potential existed for that. Of course, there's been some hurdles when it comes to connectivity because we were working on a very non-mature, let's say, standard-wise. It was not a very mature ground, so some implementers had one interpretation of the norms, of the standards. Some others had another view of the norms and standards, and that created a bit of friction, to be honest. So we hope that for next wave, this is going to be solved, and then we can tackle, I mean, all the different legal requirements, all the different question of trust registries. That is something that we have not fully addressed in potential. What we did for use case 4, for example, we set up a vehicle to indeed have this registry of the issuers, but there was no trust registry across potential. So this is something that possibly we would like to make for the next one. Timely speaking, so after the submission of the call at the end of 2022, we got from the EC that we could launch in 2023, the 1st of April. The 1st of April was the temporarily launch for potential. Maybe you remember if you were participating to the kickoff. It was in Paris. It was in July. But then things started to build slowly. We got the regulation 1 year after, in May, but still no implementing act. So the implementing act are where basically all different standards, protocols, functions are detailed to make sure that the law, which sets very generic principles, is well implemented. Then we have a second wave of LSPs. I will come on that a bit later, which then sets one first deadline by the end of 2026 for member states to issue wallets. But the other critical deadline, to me at least, especially for relaying parties, is the end of 2027, where basically very large online platforms declared by EC have to accept the wallet by the end of 2027. There's also the example of the different services relying on SCA, strong customer authentication. They also have to accept the wallet by the end of 2027. And that is basically the biggest challenge to me, to make sure that all those relaying parties are able to accept the wallet. So 4 large-scale pilots, which worked a bit in parallel, to be honest. They had, of course, their own use cases. Ours was a bit different because, I mean, looking, for example, from NoBit for EWC, their approach was basically having 1 or 2 wallets from multiple member states. Ours was a bit different. We had 1 wallet per member state, or maybe a couple. So that was basically one difference between potential and the others. But another difference was, of course, on the different use cases. So DC4EU, for example, they worked on all different attestations related to health, to diplomas, to the PDA 1.5, for example, the EHIC, which is very difficult to pronounce. It's the European Health Insurance Card. And one difference, since it relies on very decentralized registries for the different sources, they worked using W3CVC for their attestation formats. And the trust registry was a bit decentralized, was a DID. I'm not sure exactly on the technicalities behind that, but they did not rely on the X509, I mean, classical PKI certificates and such. Potential, of course, I'm pretty sure you know the use cases. EWC, they addressed the different legal persons wallets. They also addressed the travel, the payment, so that the travel becomes as seamless as possible. And NoBit, it was solely payment. So those 2 final consortiums really focused on the payment approach, which created some results that we're going to inject into the next wave of LSPs. So in a couple of weeks, Aptitude, which we are also coordinating, will launch. I will come on that a bit later. But basically, what we see is that we have a coverage between people coming from Potential, NoBit, DC4EU, going into either Aptitude or either WeBuild, or even the 2. So that makes a very live ecosystem with people knowing each other. I think it helps a lot during the in-job testing session to have those. The other consortium we built, it's going to be mostly focused on business wallets, basically. So we have the supply chain, how you can track each product and such. There's the wallet for payments, with payments from one company to another. And then there is wallet for business. So potential. Some of you, I think, are not in potential. Maybe you are in aptitude, maybe you're not. We made this invitation today as broad as possible because we believe there is value in exposing the results that we have for the entire ecosystem to make sure that the deliverables that we have, to all the different contributions, the testing, can also be open, because in the end we also have to be on the same boat to make sure that the wallet works. So 19 countries, 18 member states of Europe, but also Ukraine with their national implementation of a wallet. More than 160 private and public partners. I think there was a very great balance between public and private. The public was, of course, more present in the different decisions and discussions, but the private was also very active. We also tried to create an observer community to basically expose the different results. It did not kick off as much as we wanted it to, so we have some learnings and findings that we'd like to extend to the other consortia. All the different roles were addressed in the ecosystem, so we have wallet providers, relaying party, but also other QTSPs for signature, for example. But one important thing to notice is that the issuance, the in-shop capability of issuance was not the first target. The first target really was presentation, making sure that one wallet coming from one member state could share the results to relaying party. But the cross-border issuance part of things, since we are mainly focused on, let's say, sovereign documents, the PID, the MDR and such, it was not really the objective to see whether I could issue a French PID to another member state's wallet. It was not really the objective. So the value, at least where we saw value, was within the presentation from one wallet to another member state. This is the slide that get the most picture when I display it, because basically all the different participants are quite proud to have participated in this consortia. Just to make it short, all different sectors, especially from the governmental perspective, were very greatly represented. We had issuers, we had wallet providers, and relaying parties. From the relaying party, a lot of bank. Personally, I think that's where the biggest value can be found. And also credential issuers, technology providers. I think it's a very specific role because, according to the EDAS regulation and the ARF, they might play a role which is a bit different from solely relaying party. They can be an intermediate. It's basically someone that acts on behalf of relaying party because they could offer a solution to accept wallets and then have their proprietary solution directly to the relaying party. So that's really a role that we believe there is value in, apart from the other classical relaying parties that we know. An overview of the different events. So we started in Paris. We then had a first executive board, so to gather all different work packages, all different use cases, all different member state representatives. That was in Amsterdam. Then the second, let's say, large assembly, which took place in Greece, followed by a first draft of technical specifications. So this is a document that has been drafted in all different use cases that we are more than happy to share with the ecosystem. I think there is some value in all the different flows that have been defined. Of course, the Commission initially had flows to define regarding online presentation, proximity presentation, but there we really went deep into the use cases to offer like alternatives in case a document is not in the wallet and such examples. Also thinking of the different signature specifications, which were very detailed, which I think contributed to potential success and to the standardization around the signature. Then we had the first remote test, which were a bit of a hurdle, a bit of a challenge. It's very difficult to organize online in-job testing. That was the first try with a lot of basically learnings and findings which we apply to all the different other sessions. WP2, which is the work package associated to the wallet infrastructure and architecture. They also organized an Interop event followed by a hackathon with some challenges. For those of you who will participate to the Interop session this afternoon, there is also a challenge to address, to test. There was the use case for Utrecht Interop event this year, of which there was very specific value. Utrecht, there was potential, but there was like other actors. So the ISO was also gathering there because they had this Interop event for the ISO standards. So it's the MDR standards that they tested. And basically, it offered potential a view of what's going on in the standardization body, which we did not have prior to this event. And we got from the ISO some graphs displaying how many implementations were tested, how many were successful, and it became quite clear in the document that when potential arrived, it's really going up, the number of implementations they could test with. That was really one of the biggest value we could provide them to the ISO. They also considered the results of potential to make some amendments, to make some modifications into the ISO standard. So that's very, very good value. We then went to Warsaw, Warszawa, if I'm not mistaken. Warsaw was really where the momentum, I think, started in testing. Created a lot of great reflexes between one partner and another, how to share any credential, to share the certificates, whatever is needed in order to accomplish Interop testing. It was purely an event for Interop, not like today, where we have a couple of sessions, panels, discussions. But then, at that time, it was really good kickoff for the cross-border capability of potential. And this benefited all different use cases. Vilnius, that was end of May. Vilnius, basically, one of the idea was to fill in the KPIs, because to the commission, we are bound to a couple of KPIs: how many transactions, how many implementations you have tested, how many signatures you produced. So the idea was there to maximize all different combinations from one member state to another to make sure that the different KPIs could be met. And then the closure, Berlin, Vienna, and then today, Wroclaw. From a technical standpoint, the project started a bit slow. France was leading the WP3 for the use case implementation. And we have to recognize that due to the lack of standards, due to the lack of available implementations, it was very difficult to imagine what the wallets in a real life situation would look like. We got some initial promises from the EC that the reference implementation, the ARF would be more mature at the beginning of the project. It was not fully the case, but then I consider there was really a shift in the momentum once the reference implementation was published. So the EC, they have made public this wallet implementation, verifier implementation, issuer implementation, signature also, which gave an example of what should be an implementation, a successful and useful implementation. But then we got 1 year of practically no signal. The reference implementation was not fully evolving. From the standardization point of view, the different draft of OpenID for VP, it was not very clear what was the direction, when it would go into a final version. But then release of ARF 1.2, which I think is the most critical release of the ARF, created purely a great acceleration for the project. So if you look at ARF 1.2, maybe you don't know what it is, but it's the architecture and reference framework provided by the EC. If you look at this version compared to the previous one, it's like night and day. There is like an Annex 2, which is basically the most important documents of them all. which lists all the different requirements. And then when you look at the regulation, when you look at the implementing acts that are adopted a couple of months later, they're a bit similar. So just looking at what the ARF today looks like might give you a first glimpse. Of course, it's not going to be one-to-one with the implementing act, but it's a very good view of what the wallet is going to be. The reference implementation for member states, there was a couple of approaches. Some member states fully forked the implementation, the GitHub, and then adapted to the national context. That was the majority, I think, roughly 12, 13. But then we also had other member states, which with more developers, maybe they examined in advance the different standards protocols. For France, for example, where we did not use the reference implementation at all. It was a house-made solution to address it. But let's say that mostly member states built on the reference implementation. And then that led to 2025 being the year of in-job testing. In-job testing, I think the core principles that we had for potential is basically delivery through testing, delivery through in-job. So we had two big events before today. Warsaw, more than 100 participants representing a lot of member states, wallet issues, relaying parties, the playground, which we also introduced at that moment, with roughly 300 tests being performed. It's a bit of a low figure, but it was the first try. It was the first view, the first approach that the different partners could have on in-job testing. And then we had the Vilnius in-job event, on which all participants were much more, mature on how to pilot, on how to test, much more successful as well in testing. Looking at the ratio of successful testing, it's much above what we had in Warsaw. And basically, we managed to have this matrix, with wallet issuers, relaying parties. On the case, you see if it was a successful transaction, and in the end, the different matrices were a bit more green than expected. We also, of course, had some use case specific in-job events. I'm not going to elaborate much on that, but one key number to still be consolidated, because there are still some tests ongoing, and even in September, is that we got roughly more than 6,000 tests concluded in potential, which I think is very good value, roughly 300 per member states. It's an estimate. So we achieved that. Beside the different challenges that we got to get a stable profile for testing, we managed to have a very good number of tests being performed. All the different testing that we had contributed in a great way to the current vision of the RF, to the reference implementation as well, and to the different standards. So these are basically some deliverables that have been produced in potential. So we have D2.1, as we called it, which is basically the functional and technical recommendation. So basically what they did at that time is they took the RF, they made some comments, they made some evaluations. Do you think this topic is addressed enough? Do you think there should be another priority there? So that is one outcome that we can share, of course, that we shared with the EC and help them guide the ARF implementation. Then we got, from the technical standpoint, D3.1, D2.2, which basically explains to the whole ecosystem what is the profile of the different APIs, what is the profile of different data formats, what is the draft that we're using, also what are the flows, what should be the data in them, what is an IBAN, how does it look like in a wallet. All this has been delivered and produced and targeted at the whole ecosystem. So we're going to make these documents also share beyond potential. And then we had D2.3, which occurred this year, where basically they went member state per member state to make sure that each member state could provide a wallet implementation in line with the different standards and profiles implemented. So if you look at that, there is one section per member state explaining what they have as an implementation. Of course, it's a bit old. It was produced in February, if I'm not mistaken. So the data might not be up to date. But this is basically where all the different information regarding the member state implementation, you can find it there. So we're going to share it as well. There was a lot of debate initially on the core value that we promoted in Potential regarding user centricity. When we had the first workshops regarding the UX, the UI, nationally, we had a lot of discussions with relaying party, and we did not agree at all on when the user should click a button, when the user should tick possibly the different credentials that we wish to share. Do they have to give consent every time? Can we do some things without them having to see the screen of what's happening? But we really focused the momentum and the approach, the way of thinking the wallet towards user consent. User consent, it's also regarding the privacy, the security of the data. So there has been also an in-depth analysis by WP2 on some security and data privacy recommendations to be implemented by the different wallet, by the different relaying parties, to make sure that the different approaches are in line with the other EU regulation regarding privacy and security. A concrete example of how we Potential contributed to the wallet as we know it. So this is an example of the reference implementation online. Basically, when you look at it, initially there was like PID, MDR, and that was pretty much it. Today, we have much more documents issued. I think we managed to prove that the wallet is not only an EID mean, not only an authentication mean, but also a way to store credentials, valuable credentials. I mean, there's the certificate of residency, which for France Entité is one of the objectives to get this into the wallet. The health ID, the IBAN, there's been a lot of fraud difficulties regarding the IBAN in history. I know that a couple of days ago, I got a message from my bank telling that now, when I enter an IBAN in my account, I have to enter a name as well, but they're going to do a check, which was not the case before. So there's a lot of value in having an IBAN which is secure, which is really the right one, belonging to the right person. And I've also seen cases of viruses on your computer, and basically they can recognize when you're entering an IBAN, and right before you click enter to submit this IBAN, they change it to one of the attacker. So it's an example of security we could bring to the ecosystem. There is the MSISDN. It's the bad word for phone number. The phone number can be spoofed, for example, and this led to cases of fraud when retrieving an OTP by SMS. So here the idea is to have it stored into the wallet, being shared to any relaying party, so that you don't have to make an SMS OTP to prove that you're the right holder of this phone number. And then there is the tax ID for opening a bank account, which has been also developed. So all those credentials, we made some rule books. So a rule book is basically the documentation that says what are the fields, how each attribute should be named. And for that reason, these rule books created some value because it should be standardized. I mean, the way you call an IBAN from one bank to another, it's practically the same thing. So we have to agree on how the document should look like in the wallet. We got 6 use cases. eGov services, opening a bank account, SIM registration, MDL, remote QES, e-prescription. And basically, this is what has been achieved for each of the different use cases. For use case 1, eGov services, it was mostly focused on the PID being shared as an authentication mean. But then once you present your PID to a relaying party, being the government, they can issue back some sort of attestation into the wallet. So that was one of the examples that has been demonstrated. There was also the presentation of a certificate of residency. Recently, in my personal life, I had to move in to a new apartment. So basically, for all different national services, I had to prove that I have a new address. And one good thing that we have is that we have one centralized platform where basically I say, I have a new address, and this platform is in charge of talking to all different administrations which know me, and then it does the change of address. So basically, I did not have to contact one by one the tax office nor any other thing, or to vote. It was just like a bit like OTS, basically, sharing only once. Bank account opening. One of the main reasons, of course, was sharing a PID from the wallet to a bank, because they have to identify you, they have to make some KYC processes, AML checks, to make sure that your profile for them is not too much at risk. And basically, one value they see for the KYC is having all the documents also being certified, being in the wallet and verifiable. Because that's practically one of the use cases in the daily life, maybe not the daily life, but at least that we all face when opening a bank account, that they ask you a lot of documents, where you live, who you are, whether you have diplomas, what is your work status, for example. So this is basically where most credential could see a lot of value. SIM registration is a bit similar. They also ask you for the ID, they ask you for some other credentials. But then there was a twist with first the issuance of the phone number, but also they had this idea to leverage the eSIM that is provisioned by the MNO, the mobile operator, to use it also as an authentication mean. So this is an example of what they did. MDL, that was the use case on which there was the most proximity testing. It's for all three others, proximity was not fully considered in scope. There was mainly interest for online presentation, but MDL, it was a lot on proximity, of course online as well, but mostly proximity. So it's different tech, different data formats, and such. QES, I'll come on a bit on that later, but it's basically a use case which could be applicable to all others. You can sign for renting a car, you can sign when opening a bank account or getting a loan, or when you get a new SIM card. For the eGov services, there are so many cases where you could sign. So this is basically one use cases that was quite horizontal, and for which we had some KPIs in some use cases fully targeted at QES. E-prescription, which is not the right wording for what it is actually. Initially, when we drafted the proposal, the idea of the e-prescription was to really store the e-prescription as a document in the wallet. It's not exactly how it works. The way it works now, it's basically there is a cloud which is shared within the EU, and on which basically all the different doctors, when they issue a prescription, push this data in this cloud. So basically, you have an identifier that the pharmacist can use to retrieve a prescription that has been issued to you prior to the presentation. So it's a bit different. It's e-health, not totally e-prescription. I will go a bit in depth for each of the use case. There is a bit of a demo as well, not for all, but for most. Use case 1, more than 500 transactions, which provide a good basis for the implementation of the UDI wallet for the different member states. So here the partner were mostly governments to work on this use case. So there is one demo of a Luxembourgish citizen applying for a change of address in Slovenia. So basically what they do is they first authenticate on the platform using the PID, and then they share a certificate of residency attestation to the platform. So it should be working, yes. So this is basically the Slovenian platform on which there are multiple options to log in. The user selects the one using the wallet. On the right you see the Luxembourgish wallet, which is basically using the reference implementation. And here indeed the verifier, which is verified, it's an authentic one, asks you for both a PID, so you share your data, but also the certificate of residency. You enter the PIN code, so that's the authentication of the user on the wallet, and then the data is shared, which is then, of course, parsed and validated by the relaying party. So this was really a production service. That's what the Slovenian colleagues told us, that this implementation was really put into the production system. So they're close to having this fully in line. And then Jan Musterman had the ability to indeed change the address. Use case 2. There was 3 scenarios. First, pure KYC of the user, so sharing a PID, and if needed, based on the national regulation, share possibly another attestation. And then 2 options for signing the contract with the bank. Either it's wallet-driven or QTSP-driven. I will explain the difference a bit later. Regarding the other attestation, we leveraged what has been produced in the other use cases. So maybe this attestation was produced in use case 1 or use case 3. There was many actors in use case 2 having their own profile implementation being available. You can test already against those interfaces to see whether your wallet works. And I think the demo is after, yes. But basically, all the different portals, they made it public so that the different wallet implementers can test. And also for the banks to see the value of what they can have as implementation for them. Use case 3, which is a bit similar to use case 2. As I said, it's eSIM activation using the PID coming from the wallets, and then possibly issue the phone number as a verifiable attestation in the wallet and use it as an authentication means. So I have a demo which basically encompasses use case 2, use case 3, and use case 5 at the same time. So let's see. So this demo has been made with different wallets, different issuers. So it's the wallet provided by Namirial, which you can see on the right. They also have the issuer coming from Germany, from the Funke wallets. So here it's issuing the PID into the wallet. So you scan the, let's say, pre-authorization QR code to issue the PID into the wallet. Then once the process is finished, so indeed you can see that the PID has been issued into the wallet. Then the idea is to retrieve another attestation, which is the certificate of residency. So here, voila. So in order to get your certificate of residency attestation, you need to present a PID so that the service can authenticate you. So here you basically make a presentation of your PID. give the consent, see the data that's been shared. And once the user is authenticated, they can retrieve the certificate of residency. So they can pick between the different data formats, scan this pre-auth code for the OpenID for VCI process so that they can get a new attestation into the wallet. Here it is. So it has been issued into the Namyarial wallet. So you have now two attestations. One is the PID, one is the certificate of residency. There is another one that is added. It's the tax number, so it's coming from the state, the tax number. And it's done in a similar approach. So here it's the tax number coming from Slovenia. It will work. I know the video, it's going to work. Here it is. So now you have a tax number from another issuer. Here it is. And then you do the use case 3 use case, which is the prepaid cards, activate a prepaid card using the wallet. So here, what the MNO asks for is all the different attestations that were issued. So you have the PID, you have, so here is the selection of the PID, then there is the certificate of residency, on which you can see indeed resident address. Here it is. And now you can activate the SIM card. So you have a phone number which is uniquely associated to that SIM card, which then is issued by this very same relaying party into the wallet. So using OpenID for VCI draft 15 in that case, so it's another actor from Germany in that case. So you get the MSI's Dzień credential into the wallet. Here it is. And now let's imagine that you need to sign a document for a bank, for any type of service that you need to have. So in this example, you could sign either using a PID or any other attestation. So what is the case here is basically you present to this QTSP. So it's a QTSP in charge of signature. So they have the document already. They have the credential. What they need is the authorization and authentication of the user to make this to sign the document effectively. So there are a lot of data being shared in that case. A couple of steps because there are a couple of attestations being shared for that were issued before. So that is the address. Now you have the tax ID. And the phone number. So now the authentication has been made to the QTSP, and they are able to create the signature of the document. So you need to re-log in. So this is maybe something that we need to address a bit more in the certification and the standardization groups, because from a user perspective, there's been a lot of authentication just for a signature to take place. So this is something that might prevent some users from doing the whole process. And then the document should be signed. Yes. And then you retrieve it, and looking at the indeed signature and also the cryptographic signature of the document, you can retrieve all the different info from the user who signed it. since you signed with the bank, now the bank can have an IBAN for you, which they can issue into the wallet. So it's a bit similar to the approach that we had before with the other use cases. So now you have also the IBAN provided by the bank. So this basically showcases all the different use cases that we had in potential, except the MDR one. So you have, of course, the issuance of a PID, that's mostly use case 1. Then you get the certificate of residency, that's also use case 1. You get other type of attestation coming from use case 2. The SIM registration, purely use case 3 use case. And then you can sign and authenticate to a bank. So that's exactly the intent of Interop and the idea of it that we had in potential. Use case 4, I don't have enough to make a demo, but basically it was very good spirit, especially knowing that most, I mean, the main scenario is for proximity, so that of course sets a lot of requirements when doing some tests. That was very insightful also for potential to have this use case, to have a first good practices emerging from the use case in Interop events. And we have a lot of different implementations now capable of doing a presentation. So here it's a case of a German wallet making a presentation to a German, for example, the police check. So they are sharing the MDR with the picture after proximity sharing. So basically the police officer scans the QR code, then there is a BLE exchange between the two phones, and the data is shared and validated. Use case 5, we have seen a lot, especially regarding the 2 different models. So what we had in the demo before, it's basically, I go to a bank, then the bank tells me which signature provider I should work with. I mean, I should authenticate to. But there is also another approach, which is the wallet-centric, where basically the data to be signed, or the hash of the data to be signed, is transferred into the wallet, and then the user has the freedom of choosing which QTSPs they can go to. So it's a very different approach, which has been tested, but that requires a lot of effort regarding the wallet implementation, but the 2 options offer the same function in the end to the user. Use case 6, finally, there was indeed the presentation of Health ID. So in this case, I think it's a Czech wallet making a presentation to a German pharmacist online. So there's, of course, the use case of proximity sharing of the e-health attestation in the pharmacy. But here it's the case of an online pharmacy, which they want to share the patient identification credential. So here the data is validated, PIN code of the user, and then the pharmacy is able to get the patient data and find which medicine they will need for the user. So it opens the wallet on which there is a patient information which has been issued before. So just a number. And once the authentication has been made, the pharmacy is able to pick the right medicine at the bottom. So all in all, for potential, lots of dates, lot of demos, a lot has been produced. There's been also some other thing being produced. For example, how many bank accounts Erika Mustermann opened. It's roughly 50, which is a bit a lot. Lots of languages spoken, which sets sometimes some some challenges in the alphabet, for example, in some attestation being seen. Use case 5, they managed to save at least 45 ink cartridges to sign documents. A lot of acronyms, a lot of Nextcloud storage. That was the platform that we worked on, and it's increasing. Lots of meeting, all of them were useful, and one topic which has been discussed in potential was the business model, but the conclusion is that there are too many options, each having their own advantages, but also issues, so this is not a topic that was solved nor demonstrated, so it's more from a governmental perspective to the business to create it. So that was potential. Quickly, I will go over aptitude, which is the next LSP to be working on the UDI wallet. So the approach is going to be quite similar on the technical level. So we have 12 member states in Ukraine, a lot of public administration, a budget similar to what we have in potential. Similar to the approach, multiple wallet issuers, relaying parties, tech providers, and all of them are going to work on those use cases. First one being the DTC, Digital Travel Credential, which is roughly the passport in the wallet, or a photo ID that's to be discussed in the specification. Then the idea is that using this DTC in your wallet, you can get some plane tickets without having an issue in the name that you enter. Also get a hotel room, do a check-in, and then you have the MVRC, which is the final use case on mobility, which is the vehicle registration certificate. And the vehicle registration certificate, it's interesting because it's typically a document that could be handed and shared from one wallet to another. If I share my car to my brother, for example, I give him, for a short period of time, this attestation. And finally, there is the payment and SCA use case to be piloted in Aptitude. So if you're not participating to Aptitudes and wish to know a bit about what we're going to deliver, to attend possibly the different interop sessions that were organized, please tell us so we can keep you in the loop. We want to make it as broad, as large as possible, so please tell us. And that was it for my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you to our Work Package 3 lead, Anthony Carmoy, for this very comprehensive presentation of project potential and its results. It's hard to believe that it's been almost 2.5 years. I think many of you who are in potential with me will agree that it's a little bit of a bittersweet moment that the project is ending, but there is a bright side. There's Aptitude, also led by French team. So we are looking forward to that. Thank you again, Anthony. And now, in a very short moment, I will invite to the stage the host of the next panel, The Future of Digital Identity Europe, an update on OD wallet ecosystem, Michał Kowalewski-Lee, from the Ministry of Digital Affairs.
Welcome everyone. I'm standing here because maybe I need a little support for my notes and for myself. Once again, thank you for joining us in Wrocław. Wrocław is a special city because of its innovation. And we really do think that we've chosen the perfect place to discuss the presence for digital matters and the future for digital matters. We live in a time when being a leader requires looking beyond horizon. We cannot stuck to our current state of play. We cannot think about now only, but we need to think about future. Because technological development is accelerating and therefore require constant adaptation to avoid, of course, being left behind. As Minister Standerski said during the video, to truly unlock our potential, first we should connect it. That's why we are here. We're not building only the regular app, but we looking beyond, we thinking about future, and we want to change digital life for both businesses, for regular, natural person's life. To transform it into the dream, this dream into action, actually, we need a synergy of our minds and different perspective from different people and different sectors. So we need to work together. It concerns the areas of digital strategy, of technical solutions, and also, last but not least, the market perspective. Over the next half an hour, I'm sure that we will dive deep into these matters, and we'll try to tell you where is Europe now and how we see Europe in the future. On behalf of us and myself, of course, it's my pleasure to invite on stage European Commission representative who links regulatory work and coordinate all the technical stuff for us, Mr. Mirko Calvaresi. So our next guest is well-known Anthony Cormois. He's over there. The true LSP connector, as you notice, of course, and involved in France in that identity program. We'll dive more into his initiatives, and yeah, we'll talk about it more. Please welcome. Now I would like to invite on stage the representative, the leader who, for whom innovation is daily bread, represent private sector and deep involved in EIDAS ecosystem, Mr. Boris Lingl. Yes, and we also missing crucial part now. We have one chair left, so one for me and one for the person who's behind the shape of Polish digital strategy and digital transformation, enthusiast of e-services and user-oriented identification systems, head of Department of Digital Transformation of Poland, Mrs. Kasia Zajkowska. So I would like to start more with open question for you to see, or maybe let you introduce yourself for our guests both on site and online. What for you is the most revolutionary feature regarding EIDAS ecosystem, or what is the most important from your perspective to this matter?
It's my test. So, first of all, thanks everyone. Thanks for inviting me. I'm Mirko Calvaresi. I work for the European Commission. I'm representing here the European Commission. In particular, I'm coordinating for the team led by Norbert, which for sure you know. the adoption team. So basically, we taking care of two things: that the member state will have a wallet in the end of 2026, and this wallet will be not empty, so full of useful use cases. And so events like this are very important to carry on this message and to ensure that we will approach this deadline with a consistent strands of work across different member states. Why the wallet is important? Wallet is a framework and is a cornerstone of the digitalization of Europe. So basically, we see the wallet as not only as a platform, but as an opportunity to converge for the private and the public sector and to create sustainable development in the area of simplification, in the area of, there are many use cases. We are observing not only the foundational use case that's been presented also before, like the access to public services of signature, but mobile driving license, age verification, payments, all these kind of use cases are particularly interesting for us. So part of the job of the Commission is not only to create the condition in terms of technical condition for the member state to have a working wallet, an interoperable wallet, but also to have a use case manual, meaning to have a representation of what it is possible to include in the wallet. In that respect, I consider the most revolutionary thing about the wallet is the fact that it's open to different implementation. It can cover different implementation and can help business and citizen in different areas. Of course, with this opportunity comes a challenge. The challenge is to ensure that member states are at the same level, and in the end, the wallet implementation of each member state can be fully interoperable with other implementation, which means that this is not granted in absolute, because the regulation states just a requirement, but to have full interoperability, have a consistent offering of use cases across different member states, we have to work very much with the communication, with the interoperability event like this, and also giving business opportunity for relying party to jump on board and use the wallet in a consistent way. I can already say that the Commission is working on these things. Maybe I will tell you later what are the initiatives that the Commission is taking care of and we are trying to push forward. In the first phase, to enhance the technical readiness of the member state. In the second phase, to speed up the adoption of different use cases across Europe. So this is something that we are looking in the short term, but also in the medium and long term. Hope that I answered the question.
Anthony Carmois. To us, at least from France Entité, from a France Entité perspective, we see a lot of value in having the ability to store any type of credentials, any type of document coming from the state. Usually, I mean, I'm pretty sure you know the different processes for banks, for example. You send a PDF and they do whatever they want with it. They can store it. You do not see where it goes. You do not see where it ends. And basically, when you share a PDF file of your RT documents, you share the total information, recto, verso, you share everything. We see a lot of value in the wallets, in the ability to selectively disclose the different attributes and to bring back to the user a lot of control on how the documents or the attestation are being shared. It's the motto, I mean, it's the devise de France Santé, it's keep control of your identity data, basically. So that's, I think, from France Santé perspective, where we're seeing the most value.
So from the user perspective, when I use digital identities or wallets, I don't care about what's the technology behind. I just want to have it up and running, and it must be on a very easy way. So the biggest outcomes so far is, from my perspective, the technical framework, which will allow us to use technology across all member states, interoperable, and very, very easy to use. If I use it on a personal one, I could check into a ferry when I'm on vacation, and very easily I could check into a plane, not have to show my personal passport and my boarding card in the future. And from a business perspective, our small, medium enterprises in Europe, which are running the economy in each membership, will thrive from very easily onboarding to the suppliers and easy sharing data across member states.
So, you know, from Polish perspective, where we already have a digital identity wallet, the EIDAS regulation, what is important is that EIDAS regulation set a right of every person, of course eligible for ID national card, to have a digital identity which is recognized anywhere in European Union. So for me, the biggest benefits for citizens, and in fact one of the most pivotal issues of EIDAS regulation, is the establishment of this mutual recognition of EIDs issued by different member states, because this is something that will really streamline so many aspects of our everyday life. I think we do not even expect how many aspects it will streamline. So I believe the UDI wallet will be more and more popular, and we are now entering just a new dimension of usage of cross-border services nowadays.
I love your answers because all the answers are different. But I would like to start maybe from the strategic point of view. Like, Mirko, you mentioned that implementation of the wallet, or how it's going to work on the national level, is mostly up to the, at least in some matters, up to the member states. Could you elaborate on some initiatives by European Commission which are helping to provide like working ecosystem and interoperability of the whole ecosystem too?
Yeah, so I think that European Commission has done a lot in terms of harmonizing the technical framework for the wallet, and this has been one of the most successful attempt of the European Commission to create an open environment in terms of technical development. Everything that is regards the technical roadmap and the technical specification are open source and offered to the Commission in a very transparent way. Even the roadmap regarding the standard and specification are offered open source, and everyone can engage this technical discussion, open an issue, and stuff like this. So in terms of technical leadership, the Commission is I think that the status of the art in terms of coordination among member states. What we are doing at the moment, it's also offering a reference implementation, which is a reference implementation for the member state, because we have to, the regulation states that the wallet will be at national level. So we cannot offer one wallet for all member states, but each country has to develop the wallet of their own. So the Commission can offer the technical framework, is offering a reference implementation, is offering at the moment that we are working to revamp it, a sort of developer portal, implementer portal, so that you can easily get the communication and the technical specification that you may need. And we are working, we already announced to the cooperation group that I want to say it again today. We are organizing an event which we will call Launchpad from the 10th to the 12th of December. This is a very ambitious event, 2 days and a half of interoperable test, hands-on testing with the technical community, but also a technical speech, a workshop for the communication and user experience with the wallet, which see also an issue in terms of member state to communicate it in the same way, consistently have the same user experience as mentioned by the colleagues. So that's the area in which the Commission is working. Of course, we have funded the LSP, which is very important in converging on the same approach. And we will do more in terms also of using leveraging our website to offer a use case manual, comprehensive use case manual, with all the use cases that we see mature in terms of implementation. Maturity means not only maturity in terms of technical specification they come generally from the general framework, but also maturity in terms of readiness to be put in real life production. So we see, for example, Potential has already created a real life use cases of payment, that we've seen in the LSP, a payment acknowledged by authorized by the wallet, We see other use cases that are quite promising in terms of educational credential, in terms of age verification, in terms of other areas that may be quite different, but can be in the end, can deliver in the end a very useful real life tool for European citizens. So that's the ambition.
So it sounds like a big challenge, which is needed to be implemented on the national level. I would ask Kasia, how is it working from your perspective? What is your approach to check all the marks and provide a proper solution on time?
You know, in Poland we are now working on state digitalization strategy. It will be the first ever such a comprehensive digitalization strategy in the history of Poland. And it is because, you know, in recent years, digitalization has been ceased to be perceived like such a separate area of state activity similar to many others. And its horizontal character is being gradually, increasingly recognized. So it's a very crucial document for us now in Poland. And electronic identification and eIDAS implementation is one of the key objectives of this strategy. And you know, for many years in Poland, we has had successful federated digital identity model in which it is up to the user which means of digital identity they want to use in public electronic services. So now we can choose from personal profile, mobile profile, and trusted profile. It is very popular also to use bank identification in public services. So we do not want to take those means of identification from users. We still want them to have a choice. But in general, our goal in this strategy is citizens and businesses use cross-border electronic services, both private and public, freely, seamlessly, and safely. And I believe that meeting eIDAS requirements is a key to achieve this goal. And that is why eIDAS implementation is one of crucial issues in the strategy, because it will help us to answer citizens' increasing expectations that we have now in Poland. And I believe that after December 2026, the UDI wallet will be in Poland, gradually more and more popular.
So I would like to ask Boris, how do you think that, or how would you prepare a business portfolio, or how to prepare business in general to adopt both the perspective and the support from EC, and also imagine that you run business in Poland. How would you use this strategy for your business?
Yeah, so first of all, I think the most important thing is that not only in Poland, but in each member state, we should have, at least for the businesses, a legal bit representation. I think that's the most important thing, to get at least the small ones up and running. Why do I focus on the small ones? Because the larger enterprises and organizations out there, they normally have big IT organizations, and they could afford to bring up an ID ecosystem. Especially the smaller ones are thriving from the new possibilities they have. They get the EUDI wallet on the first step, and we're looking forward to the EU business wallet, which will come there and will help them to adopt easily digital processes. As we already heard, I think the main goal is to bring interop across member states, and normally what we do now is we mail documents, we send them. There are lots of media breaks in there, but in the future, I will have the possibility not only to do that with my UDI wallet on a personal level, so I could tell everyone I am a representative of an organization, I have power of attorney, I have power of representation, but I could also share from my organizational account with my European business wallet structured data, structured digital data, and that will be from my point of perspective, the most important thing to help the smaller ones to get that up and running and be part of a digital Europe.
That's interesting. I would like to follow up, actually, like your perspective to Anthony, who's in charge about the piloting and how these pilots are created. And I would like to ask about how you define these use cases, because you're not doing like this for public, but mostly for private sector to benefit from the changes and from the implementation. How are you doing it from your side?
Thank you for the question. So we have to keep in mind that basically collecting the different business requirements that the banks may have in the KYC regulation, for example, or any other type of relating party or sector, basically it sets some requirements when it comes to the UX, to the UI in the end, how transparent it seems for the user, what should be the right mechanic, what should be the right flow when presenting an attestation from the wallet. So this has a lot of impacts on the technical level in the end, to make sure that these standards actually fit what is required by the business. So this is basically what we did with the banks, basically, when we asked them what should be the ideal workflow. So we drafted like Figma. Each screen sets like 10 to 12 questions on the regulation. Why is it there? Should there be like a green mark to check that this is the right one? So all the different cases, test cases, use cases that we developed, they helped a lot in us understanding what should be the rationale behind the regulation in the end. That's one thing. Another thing is, of course, coming from the users. From Franchante perspective, the first value they see in the wallet, it's not exactly the ability to share them online, to be honest. It's having them in the pocket to share it in proximity. So we have 3 documents today in Franchante: identification data, the carte d'identité, the MDR, and the vehicle registration certificate, carte grise. These were asked because people told us, I don't want it in my car anymore, I don't want it in my pocket anymore. So this is basically the value that the citizens see at the first glance. But we have to make the convergence towards the wallet, because the wallet is mostly, most work has to be done on the online presentation. So that's the approach. Thank you.
Yes, that's quite inspiring that we're trying to translate business processes into IT and wallet solutions, so it could work smoothly and actually be usable on daily basis for all the businesses. But like if we still talking about technical aspects, I would like to ask Boris, how do you see the readiness of the business to adopt all these changes from legal person perspective, from attestation perspective, or just being a relying party? You think that business ready for these big changes we're talking about?
Very interesting question. So we all started running with the UDI wallet on a very personal base. So we all will get as a, let me say, Christmas present next year, our wallets with our personal identification. We have our driving licenses in there. Now looking on the small, medium enterprises, on the enterprises out there, we'll have to do the transformation from the personal one, me as a person representing an organization, having power of attorney, and wanted to use it in a digital process within my organization. So the next big step is, and we're looking forward to that, what will come in a few weeks in regards of the European business wallet. We'll have to prepare the businesses. So they need information. That is not another hurdle they have to take. They have to know that this will be a chance to be in a very easy manner digital. Digital in a way we all could carry around with our smartphone, and we could use it to buy goods, to get the e-invoices sent back to my office. All the things we now use at the moment with a lot of media breaks in between, lots of hurdles, things get lost. My metadata of my organization have a typo in that, so the invoice is not correct. And in the future, it would be very easy. I could go down there in a shop and as an employee of an organization, could just show my legal pit and buy something and get the invoice mailed home. So it's the chance to be digital in a very, very user-friendly way, in a very easy way.
Interesting. But how to make this whole ecosystem well working? Kasia, from your side, like we have a big experience about identification system. We have well developed app, and our challenge is still a big challenge. How you approach it?
So, in Poland, we need to be aware that we already have a well-developed and a well-known application, which is, of course, mObywatel app. And at first, we do not want to lose our users, of which we already have 10 million. So, as I've said before, now ensuring compliance with eIDAS is one of our core priority. But we also want to, use our rich experience in developing the current solution. So, to fully adapt to eIDAS requirements, we decided not to build a new application, but to not to adapt the current application, but to build a new one from the ground up. But also we want to keep our best experience in developing the current application. So, for example, we will rewrite most of our electronic services to the new solution. We will keep institution integrated on the national node, and we hope that this will allow our users to smoothly switch to a new solution. So now we are finalizing the first development stage, and by the end of this year, or I hope the very beginning of the next year, we will have a proof of concept. And such a phased approach allows us to gradually validate the architecture, the functionalities, and of course interoperability with European standards. And we still support and develop the current version of mObywatel, and we will do this for at least a year after release of EUDI wallet. So this is also the approach that will help us smoothly switch users to a new solution, in their time without a rush. We also, because it's a very important issue in Poland, we also started the legislation procedure yet. Even if we don't know all the details, we want to start the legislation because it's a quite long procedure, because it will begin the discussion on the national level, which is very important. Because, we are aware of that we as Ministry of Digital Affairs will not build the whole EUDI ecosystem by ourselves. We need to cooperate. We need to cooperate first with other public institutions, especially registry owners, and we need to cooperate with the market, especially trust services providers. So that is also why, because the legislation procedure, in Poland is very long. So we decided at first that we will build a kind of eIDAS 2 implementation policy. And this policy will be approved by the whole government, and the aim of it is to make them aware of what's going to happen, the change that's going to happen, and we hope that it will make them contribute in the whole process.
So, like you described, like you have a lot of streams and a lot of like processes you need to apply on national level and technical level, and I would like to ask Mirko, you mentioned about the EC initiatives for help, but like, what is the voice actually of the member state countries? What challenges they face that you think it's worth to talk about it now than talk about it in 1 year?
I think it's worth talking now in the member state. There is a lot of discussion ongoing with member states. There are a lot of bilateral meetings taking place today with member states. We know that the issues that are particularly concerning for member states are in the area of certification, for example, because the certification of the wallet it could be a requirement that it's new for member state and also for certification bodies that are around, so something that we are observing very closely. And we are trying to help also together with other institutions in Europe like ENISA to provide draft or certification schema that can be usable for the member state and reusable for the member state. We are also looking at cooperation among member states. We see there are different levels of maturity, as I mentioned before, Mika, so there are member states which we see quite in a good shape to deliver in time, other that can be a little bit behind at the moment. So there the plan is to try to team up so that member states that are more mature can help the other to reach the goal. Commission is also financing 2 top-up calls, which will be presented in the next week. So I can give you at the moment just the overview that there's a top-up call for certification issues of the wallet and a top-up call dedicated to the MDL. But I want also to mention also something that the colleagues say about the migration to the wallet. The migration to the wallet, because the EIDAS 2 is a continuation of EIDAS 1. So there are already a lot of member states with wallet or some kind of a citizen application based on the EIDAS 1 scheme already in place. One of the key challenges here is to preserve the user base, because, you know, from the citizen perspective, migrating from a wallet to another should be seamless experience. It shouldn't require a lot of pain in terms of, you know, migration installation in the wallet. It should be a consistent path forward, a more digital and, let's say, rich experience. So this is one of the challenges that we see at the moment. To meet the requirement to go to the wallet, we have to preserve what is already been delivered there in terms of user base, use cases already offered by the Commission. I know that in Poland there are quite advanced application already in terms of use cases software to the wallet. And come from Italy, we have the same experience there. And before I was working on this application, so I know how tough and complicated it is to build an application to the general citizen and get a consistent number of users into the application. This kind of pattern should be preserved in order to the wallet to be, you know, to growing consistently in terms of user adoption and possibility. Because in the end, what drives the adoption are the use cases and the possibility. I use the wallet if it's useful for doing something. You know, if it's useful to show up, to rent a car, to show up. As for the business wallet is totally different matter, but, you know, simplification and speed up of normal procedure is the key to success. So.
Yes, that's a very valid point, and I think it was a very good move by the EC that there was started like few streams like RF or proof of concept, which is quite new from legal perspective and from both activities of EC. So I think it's helping the countries to prepare on time and have a more agile approach and to meet the requirements in real life.
Yeah, if I can add just something that is important for us as Commission, as adoption team, at least it's very important to leverage the community. So we are a community of 27 member states, try to meet the same goal. So let's work together, you know, let's try to find common pattern, common solution to solve a common problem. That is very important. That's one of the goals of the event that we are trying to organize. We are organizing in December. That will be also key in the communication in the following months. And so it's an invite to everyone that is here for different member states to engage with the Commission and to engage with other member states to work together, because we are in the end solving the same problem in different countries. Thanks.
Yes, Anthony, you started as a France Identity Unfold project, which is trying to answer these questions and work on this like mistake and success approach to see what is working and what is not working. What's your experience of this, and what are your plans for this project?
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So you might ask, basically we have LSPs already. Why would you need to launch another initiative to address the ecosystem? We have LSPs already. It's the status, I mean the way we talk with the ecosystem. We have a lot of different partners coming to France Identité and asking, okay, how does it work? I want to connect with France Identité button on my website. How does it work? And then we facilitate that. We test a couple of things in wallet mode, of course. But then in the end, when they develop that thing, in the end, the user still has to pick which solution of wallet they have, which is not totally respecting the wallet approach. I mean, the ideal implementation of the wallet, which should be one single button for all different wallets. And for this reason, I mean, the idea is to make sure that all those partners, which usually are not in the LSPs, so they don't have a clear view of what is the current state of the art, don't have a current view of what is the current draft format, attestation format being used, basically is to offer them this platform for information sharing first, but also for testing purposes, so they can get easier access to all the different wallet providers that we know of, so that we as France Identité can easily disseminate a test app, which we're going to share to the whole ecosystem, so they can assess their capability of retrieving an attestation from France Identité. And the idea is to leverage the momentum and the different assets that we got in potential to address the whole ecosystem, because in the end it's going to be one solution adopted by so many people with the very same UX, UI for the user. So that's the idea behind it.
This kind of actions and basically the base of the successful implementation of eIDAS2, I think we're gonna agree. It's public and private collaboration, without like talking, without meetings, without trying, and without seeing what is achievable and what can be at the end of this road. It's difficult to manage this whole process, but there are some based on legal acts like eIDAS2 business decisions which need to be decided by national agencies and entities. I would like to ask Kasia, like you shaping strategy, you deciding how this ecosystem will work in Poland, and how do you see the business and private collaboration, and especially when some legal acts is leaving wiggle room for countries to decide which way they're gonna go in collaboration with private sector?
You know, I think leaving some freedom for choosing some business models for the countries is a good choice, because I think, you know, the trust services market vary in EU member states. So deciding about some regional matters is just an over-regulation. It is not needed. But also, as Mirko said, that we need to be aware that there might be some states that might have some difficulties in implementing some requirements of eIDAS regulation. For Poland, where maybe our trust services market is not as much developed as, for example, in Italy, but we have a very close cooperation with trust services providers for the very beginning, and it has been, you know, fruitful up to now. There will be a discussion about our pilot, e-signature pilot, which is, you know, very interesting. So, you know, generally, I think that business is the best at addressing some needs and business opportunities. So such a close and clear cooperation builds trust and helps in building new services.
So if the business is the best what they're doing, Boris, what can actually public sector learn from private sector into implementing EIDAS 2? And maybe if you could answer from both like trust matter and technical or technological even perspective.
I don't think that just one learns from another. So we need to have that, as we already heard, that ecosystem growing, and the ecosystem means that no one lonely could gain the goal at the end and get EIDAS 2 up and running. So it's about the combination of tasks. It's about the combination of joint efforts to get that done. And what we see is, and I think I could talk about each member state about what we see in each large-scale pilot. It's about bringing together the minds from a public and a private perspective, address the pain points we see, and try to solve them to get a very good user experience at the end, because that's what we need in order to get the adoption and write the success story from EIDAS to the next level. And from a technical perspective, I'm a strong believer in what we see with the EU architecture reference framework and the ongoing next versions we see, the evolving of technology. It gets a very good maturity, and quite looking forward to see what we will gain within the next 12 months until it gets out there. And I'm quite sure we will learn a lot from Aptitude and WeBuild Consortia in trying to bring out the use cases as we have the chance to evolve the use cases in a pilot or proof of concept phase, but we will see them going into action as the regulation will take force end of next year. So we'll have the chance not only to prepare from both ends, but also learn from the first steps we take in the line of production.
Interesting, because you showed the truly private sector perspective, and Anthony, you in your activities you working very close with private sector. Do you share the same perspective? What is your experience of how the private sector actually shaped your projects?
I mean, from first entity, it's a question of adoption. I mean, the more use cases we manage to develop, the more users we can target, and they see more value in owning the app. And then it's like a virtuous circle. I mean, more users, more use cases, which cause more users. It's a very good thing. We have, I mean, the way we address the private sector, it's really to offer these wide ranges of use cases. For example, the banking sector, we have this API which we offer. It enables them to validate that this specific document, based on the document number, is still valid. It's not been declared stolen nor lost. So this is basically all the different easy life we want to offer to the private sector, especially banking, that we want to promote. So far, the target business development that we have for Fonsanté, it's targeting all the different regulated sectors. So notaries, for example, to offer them the ability to sign remotely a document with someone. What else is there? All the different access control, for example, for on-site. On-site, we have experiments with on-site access control for very sensitive use cases. So yes, it's all a question of adoption. And we can produce the best wallet you want with all the different stations you want. If there is no one to consume them at the end, it's a loss of time, loss of value.
Thank you. I would like to have last round of the questions at the end for you. I would like to ask you, what in your perspective, what is the essential for digital wallet and basically even digital matters, which are everywhere now, to achieve success, to meet expectations, to develop Europe and to have profit of it? Maybe Mirko.
This is a very tough question, but I think that there are three things that I can mention. The first one is consistency. So we have to create a consistent ecosystem, which private and public users, that it's worth investing for the relying party, which are the private user. We are investigating the possibility of a business model. Of course, the business model comes when there is the private sector that can leverage the infrastructure for saving costs, or create synergies. So consistency is key. The second is citizen adoption. So we have to find use cases and drag citizens into the system, because without a consistent number of users, the system cannot compete with other, private sector wallet and so on. So we want to have the users. And the third thing that I can mention is trust. The entire ecosystem wallet is based on a high level of trust for the citizen. Transparency, trust, everything should be open source. The trust mechanism is extremely robust in terms of trust. There is a principle which we call a not observability, so the privacy of the user is highly guaranteed. This kind of narrative about trust and the fact that the wallet is a possibility for the user, is voluntary in the end, should be really communicated well to the citizens so they can trust this technology and can use it in everyday life. So I can, just for example, consistency, trust, and users, that could be for me the key for success of this initiative.
Do you have some resolution for next year regarding digital wallet?
Yes, sorry.
Do you have some resolution for next year regarding digital wallet? Like what you want to, what you would call succeed 2026 year regarding digital wallet?
I think that the project is already succeeding in the terms that we see a lot of work going on. There is really an entire ecosystem that is moving, there is an enormous interest that is tracking this initiative. The success will be the delivery of most member states, of all member states by the end of 2026. This will be a starting point, but obviously we expect that at least a couple of use cases which are quite mature, namely first is mobile driving lessons, but also age verification will be implemented with the wallet together with the first release. And we hope that in terms of population, we see member states are more the biggest member state, in terms of population, which are actively working in the wallet. So the coverage in terms of population for the wallet will be quite high at the end of 2026. That's the definition for us of a success. But we are pretty optimistic because we see how much work it is going on in each and every member state around this initiative. Although the requirement in terms of delivering certification, it's not so easy to meet, we understand, but that's because we want to create that level of trust, a level of consistency that is needed to deliver a very important framework to the European citizen.
Yeah, and this requires both work and time to have it done properly. And you, Anthony, what's your resolution for next year?
First, of course, is to issue the UDI wallet for all citizens. I think we're quite optimistic on this. We have a lot of experience in the implementations. We already have production use cases which leverage the UDI wallet standards, OpenID4VP. We have an example in production, the MDR standards. We also have another example in production. So basically, it's all going to be about certification of the wallet and importing new features. Maybe we won't have all the different features, picking, for example, QES, which we have not solved yet. But yeah, basically that's the main resolution. And maybe another one would be to be able to present my French MDR to Polish authorities if I get to for vacation here. So that would be another objective.
I think I will know Kasia answer for this. And you, Boris?
So resolution would be start on the personal base with all our use cases we have out there, scale them as good as we can for the next 12 months, and then try to bring in the businesses to solve their problems. So it starts all with a personal point of view we have out there. If we like what we see and what we use on a daily basis, we will see the adoption within the normal enterprises, and there is a huge amount of possibilities for them out there, and just looking forward to the next year and we would see out there.
No, I think that we just need to keep calm and deliver. It's a challenge, but we're going to do it. Thank you.
I think we're in good hands then. So thank you very much for your panel. It was inspiring discussion, and thank you once again.
Okay. Indeed, I have to echo the host's comment. Thank you very much for this insightful panel. Thank you to the panelists. Indeed, the communication, the talk around the future of digital identity and the wallet needs to happen, and I think it's the first and the easiest step to move forward, to continue the conversation. And moving on, our last presentation and the panel before lunch is on artificial intelligence and artificial intelligence in AUD Wallet. I would like to now invite to the stage Mikołaj Mroszczak from Centralny Ośrodek Informatyki. Mikołaj will tell us more about AI chatbot in Polish mObywatel app. Mikołaj, the stage is yours.
Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Mikołaj Mroszczak. I am the AI team manager at Center for Information Technology. We are the creators of mObywatel app, and I'll be talking about the virtual assistant, one of our newer features in the app. So first off, I am talking quite often about the public AI, but public AI is something that's quite broad-ranging. So first, we can be speaking about AI done by the public. And then we think, well, cutting-edge military applications research, AI for the legal profession, AI that helps in the work of the ministers. But today I want to talk about something slightly different, about the AI that is done both by the public sector and for the public, as in for the citizens. So what is the signifying factor? Well, digital transformation, all of us here, we are involved in digital transformation. And to me, I got involved in digital transformation because I think it is mostly a drive for access. Going back in time, before the 20th century, the state was pretty much something that most citizens never really interacted with, which, well, then we don't need digital. There are just a couple of services. There is the army, there is taxation, there is some basic dispute resolution. That's all we need from the state. That's fine to do like by hand. Then, in the 20th century, the state got involved in more and more areas of human existence. And then, the digital transformation became necessary. We began to need the websites, pretty much everything that we're doing right now. But then, we began creating more and more services. Now, there are enough services in the digital domain that it is quite difficult to navigate them, even for an educated and very, very conscious user. So this is where AI becomes a necessity. It is something that helps us navigate this next precipice, this transition to the number of services that require us to have an independent, helper, a tool. So if I have just one sentence that I want you all to take away from this presentation is, AI should make digital transformation better. If we are doing AI just for the sake of AI, there is no point. We should think really hard. We should think again, why are we using the money and the time and the skilled work to do AI if it does not help in this drive for access to digital services? Now, for the virtual assistant, having set the context, let's talk about a couple of things. First, what is the virtual assistant? Well, it is essentially two things. First, it is a public service accessibility platform. So pretty much what I have said. We have a bunch of public services in the Polish government. We can renew a child's passport online. You can also do some services that you can't do online, like register a marriage. But there is still some information in the government domain about how to do that. So the point of the virtual assistant is you ask in normal human language how to get married, and it will answer you. Obviously, it will not tell you how to find a spouse, but it will tell you where to go and what to bring to the civil servant. The second thing is a new way to navigate a mObywatel app. Now, our brilliant team at Center for Information Technology, they are bringing out new features to the app pretty much day by day. This is fantastic. This is just great. But if you do not follow our social media, which you probably should, but if you do not, just this weird kind of person, then you will not know what are all the newest innovations. The chatbot will know that because we have plugged it together with some clever methods to update all the data in real time. So pretty much next day after a functionality is unveiled, it will know about the new navigation features. What it is not, this is another very important thing now that I've probably piqued your interest ever so slightly. First, it is not a decision support platform. So you shouldn't ask it, what taxation regime should I go into, or what type of company should I establish, where should I build my house? And this is a very conscious choice. We want AI to be a tool. We don't want it to be an advisor. We don't want it to be a friend. We don't want it to feel like an advisor or a friend. We want it to feel just like what it is, a chatbot. It is a robot. It will help you get the information, but nothing more. Second bit, the security. We don't want the chatbot to be able to interact with anything in the real life, simply because we are not confident. We don't want it to file your taxes for you. We want it to tell you how to do it, but we don't want it to do it for you. Now, we don't completely cross it off in the future. The technology is advancing at a, frankly, quite an amazing pace. But at the moment, we want it to just be something that gives you information. And on the same note, we don't let it gather any personal data. Pretty much you try to pass it your social security number or your name and address. It will tell you, I can't answer, and it will purge the record from our databases. So there is no way that we are actually even knowing what you're writing then. The final thing, and this might be quite obvious, but to many it is not a general purpose assistant. We don't want it to tell you how to make pancakes. And there is actually a reason for that. The reason is AI is quite expensive, and every query that goes into virtual assistant costs a bit of the public money. And we want the public money to go to where it actually matters most, which is, in this case, into navigating the official business of the state. Why did we make it? There are 4 reasons again. Well, I'm just speaking in force. So first is to build AI implementation competencies. It is something that, probably most of you know here know quite well, because it's quite similar to what's been the thing with the digital identity. It requires a whole new set of infrastructure and a different set of competencies than goes into standard software development. So now, when the virtual assistant is at its final stages of development, we are quite confident that we know about things like how to deploy to GPUs, how to scale models, how to monitor, how to do prompt engineering, etc. All the various bits that go into deployment of an actual AI system in the real world. Second thing, very, very similar, is to test the legal and regulatory areas. So with AI, we need to figure out what are the ethical issues, what are the legal issues, what are the safety and security issues. Now we know that, so we're very happy about that. The third thing is the battle testing of Plume. So we have our own Polish national sovereign large language model, Plume. It was done by a brilliant consortium, actually led by the researchers from Wroclaw University of Technology here. It does great in benchmarks, but as in any system, the real test is when it's deployed in an application. This is what we are doing. And finally, assessing the suitability of the public data for AI. The public sector has a lot of data, but as data engineers tend to tell you, there is no point in building a retrieval augmented generation system when you don't have data that is useful, or if you can't retrieve it successfully. Now, going into the meat of it, what is the tech? First, I've mentioned Plume, our national large language model. It is the generator. It deals great with Polish language idiosyncrasies. It deals with spelling mistakes, and it also is surprisingly good at following the emotional pattern of the user, which is honestly quite useful, because public services, they just tend to follow us through our lives, through honestly some of the most vulnerable parts of our lives. So childbirth, death of a loved one, marriage, buying your first house. Those are all the moments when you just don't want something to give you very impassioned impassioned advice. Yeah, that's something that the Polish large language model can do better than the general multilingual one. Second, our pride and joy, home-cooked set of guardrails. So again, going back to safety and security. We have built our own technology. It works better than anything that's publicly available on our specific use cases. So I'm not claiming here that we are better than OpenAI or Mistral or, well, pretty much any of the large number of companies that are really great at it. But for our specific use case, it is useful because, for example, an official assistant needs to answer queries like, bomb, what to do, right? So this is something that a normal large language model will just block and say, I can't help you with that question. Whereas we, given that, for example, we as the Ministry of Digital Affairs have recently released the safety manual, it should answer, you should call the police and move away. So not just block it. So the ability for us to fine-tune those guardrails is something that is incredibly useful. Finally, addressing the elephant in the room, we are building on public cloud on Microsoft Azure, and it is a fine balancing act because it obviously asks the questions about the sovereignty and about the security. And we are balancing it by using fully OpenStack, open source software stack as our baseline. So whenever the requirements change, we are very ready to move away to any of the on-prem infrastructures that are available. Finally, about the future. So those are well, really quite wild plans. First, we want to lean into the accessibility. We want to add voice support features, so people with specific access requirements, like people who have difficulty in seeing, or people with some quite common old age conditions like arthritis or Parkinson's disease, which make it very difficult to deal with text chat interface, can also use the virtual assistant. Second is expanding the knowledge base. It is, as I've mentioned about the data, it sounds simple. It's not that simple, because the documents, they are in very, very different formats. They need to be processed, and we need to be sure that the assistant always answers based on the correct documents and answers fully and truthfully. Finally, two of the other bits, which is using the assistant engine to accelerate deployment. We have built a chatbot. All chatbots are alike, paraphrasing. And because of that, we are able to add a chatbot to many public services with quite minimal work. And finally, something that really crosses over with the digital identity is the ability to create and file official forms. So this is something that is not easy because we don't want the assistant to handle personal data. So we wanted to create a template for filling in a form, then pass it back to the identity provider, for, in our case, mObywatel app. So then the app can fill in the actual citizen data. This is this is something of a dream for us. It will hopefully really make it significantly easier for people to interact with the state, but it is not a simple technical problem, so very much a work in progress. Okay, and thank you very much for listening to my presentation. Please reach out to me via any of the usual channels, hopefully digital because of the nature of the conference, and please enjoy the panel.
Thank you, Mikołaj, for this very interesting presentation. I don't know how about you, but I feel much safer knowing what the chatbot can and cannot do. Apologies. Is it in one piece? It will be. And I don't think anybody will, Mikołaj, I don't think anybody will want the recipes for pancakes because, first of all, we know that chatbot is fast. And second of all, the e-services are improving every day, so you will not have time to ask the ChatGPT, nor you will want to for any recipe or anything else other than what's needed. And now we will move, there's a slight change of plans in that the panel will be divided, in a sense, into two panels. So first we'll hear from Karol Wilczyński, the host of the panel, on AI in Audi Wallet, and he will be joined by Piotr Słowiński. And I think we can begin. May I please? I don't see anybody. Oh, I'm sorry. Please welcome to the stage Karol Wilczyński from Ministry of Digital Affairs.
Thank you, Mikołaj, for your presentations. Can't wait to find out how its Plume and the virtual assistant is working in mObywatel. I'm Karol Wilczyński. I'm a chief specialist at the Department of Research and Innovation in the Ministry of Digital Affairs, where I support AI implementation in Polish public administration. I'll be moderating this panel on AI and EUDI wallet today. We'll discuss artificial intelligence, how can it improve the digital wallets, both opportunities and challenges. And as it was said, before I introduce our on-site panelists, I would like to introduce Piotr Słowiński from NASK, who will join us remotely. Piotr is a senior strategic analyst in cybersecurity at NASK, specializing in AI applications for cybersecurity and biometric verification systems. He brings extensive experience in how AI can protect users while enhancing security. So, Piotr, welcome. Please share your insights on AI in cybersecurity and digital wallets. Please go ahead. AI applications for cybersecurity and biometric verification systems. He brings extensive experience in how AI can protect users while enhancing security. So, Piotr, welcome. Please share your insights on AI in cybersecurity and digital wallets. Please go ahead. AI applications for cybersecurity and biometric verification systems. He brings extensive experience in how AI can protect users while enhancing security. So, Piotr, welcome. Please share your insights on AI in cybersecurity and digital wallets. Please go ahead. Some technical problems.
Apologies, it seems we have some technical difficulties. Please.
Hello and welcome. It's my pleasure to be joining you unfortunately only in the remote form, but I would like to tell you about what NASC is involved in and how we can facilitate the process of AI usage in helping shaping the secure environment for the digital wallets development in Europe, especially in Poland, of course. As you may know, cyber threat landscape is evolving, and the traditional signature-based safeguards are sometimes proving insufficient for us. And zero-day threats and more sophisticated or tailored social engineering attacks, as well as AI-generated content, are forcing us to strategically shift the paradigm from a reactive stance to a proactive defense. And in this regard, NASC, the Research and Academic Network, the Computer Network National Research Institute, is one of the key research and operational architects of Poland's cybersecurity ecosystem. We have several roles. I will mention only a few of them. First of all, we are one of the national level computer security incidents and response teams, so CISA teams established on the basis of NIS2 directive. And to be specific, we are the one with the broadest constituency, the area of responsibility. We are also responsible for and capable of transforming research that we conduct, our scientists conduct, into scalable, ready-to-implement tools or products for public, private, or even critical infrastructure sectors. We also play a direct role in testing EUDI utilization by, for example, supporting the development of mObywatel app that you have heard a lot about today, participating in the Digital Credentials for Europe project, so this for EU project, which is funded by our host today, the Ministry of Digital Affairs. NASC's involvement also focuses on testing EUDI wallet compatibility with specific national digital credentials and regulatory requirements. In this regard, key technical focus of NASC participation is the utilization of the European Blockchain Service Infrastructure, the EBSI, in conjunction with the EUDI wallet requirements. It confirms for us this integration process that decentralized ledger technology use this kind of solutions are being utilized as a foundational layer for issuing or verifying certain types of credentials or attestations within the broader EUDI ecosystem. But to be more specific, I would like to tell you about the challenges, of course. So you need to know what the landscape in which we are currently in. And one of the core problems that we face is the proliferation of these zero-day threats. So the attacks that have not yet been classified globally. So they emerge and we haven't heard about them before. And also threats supported by use of AI tools, whether it's going to be just generative AI system, basic from our understanding, or even more advanced malware creation, malware creators, or something like this. In this regard, traditional security mechanisms, such which are reliant on known signatures, vulnerability databases, or IOCs, are not always as powerful against this threat landscape as they should. In this regard, we are not idle as NASC, as this one of the leading institutions in Poland in the cybersecurity ecosystem. And we have, I would like to tell you about two solutions projects. First one is BotSAS. It is a system which utilizes AI and data gathered from heterogeneous sources like targeted, for example, honeypots or sinkholes for signatureless detection of malware and or malicious activity in general. And specifically, there are two modules that will be very interesting for you from the EUDI world perspective. The Malware Hunter AI module, which is part of this BotSAS system, which allows us to detect and initiate a response to new threats even 10 to 20 days earlier than when they typically entered global database, which provides us significant, unique, and critical in many regards operational advantage. And the other module that I would like to tell you about is the behavioral biometrics. It is especially interesting from the user's perspective, and the need for them to understand how this how this system, this module works, because even if we use high effective network level AI systems like Watson's, there's always a significant percentage of digital fraud that we are not able to prevent. You may have your credentials stolen or leaked. You may have a breach on your account, and in this regard, the behavioral biometrics verification modules steps in. It represents a passive, continuous form of authentication that extends beyond the initial login stage. So whether you have your credentials stolen, you will have additional layer of protection there. It verifies the user throughout the session, analyzing unique subconscious interaction patterns, such as, for example, typing cadence or mouse movement, effectively minimizing the risk of account takeover and breaching your account in any other way. So that even if the attacker knows your password credentials, we can still protect you. This has been already proved to be effective in various finance sector institutions in Poland. So I wanted to tell you about it because it's very interesting for even broader usage in various other sectors. And the second solution that I would like is especially close to my heart, as its aim is to enhance the capabilities of the SOC CISO team, so the team that I am part of in NASK. And we have this AI pitch project, which is an international initiative, which NASK is a part of. Its budget is nearly 80 million euros, and our goal is to, as I mentioned, revolutionize in a way our CSAT operations, daily CSAT operations. The deliverables of the projects are to develop advanced AI chatbot, allowing to facilitate and fasten incident reporting process for users, which also will have capabilities of initial analysis. So to show us which of these incident reports are maybe more critical than the others. Also, it will be implementing early exploit detection systems, this AI pitch project, and it will integrate LLMs for automated analysis of massive volumes of system logs and reports, which, of course, in case of incident response, is very vital. And we have a lot of, we interact with a lot of large various data sets of IOCs, vulnerabilities, etc., which is also very critical for us. Therefore, I mentioned two solutions that NASK work in. There are not only the solutions, because we have NASK biometrics laboratory at NASK, which also develops advanced static systems, for example, for face, iris, or signatures detection. In this regard, our key focus is the development of proprietary liveness tests for iris biometrics. And it is essential to ensure the systems are resistant to forgeries, such as photos, replicas, and any other generative content, and can be reliably used in high-risk sectors such as finance and public administration. This is also our role to support the public administration in digital transformation and the secure digital transformation. Of course, it's not, we cannot really forsake the ethical challenges and regulations, which are especially close to me as a lawyer. By education, we need to ensure, and this is also the aim of Poland, to AI development, not only NASK, but Poland in general, to help and shape the frameworks that are being created right now to be ethically sound and responsible, transparent, and with human in the loop oversight processes included. This is, for example, by NASK, I would say, we are actively cooperating with the Ministry of Digital Affairs, and we participate in the AI board subgroups as an expert, helping to increase the human in the loop oversight and transparency for AI systems. What I would like for you to remember is that we at NASK are not only the consumer of technology as all of us to some extent, but we are also creators of these technologies, and to use a culinary metaphor, farm-to-table type of creators. So from research, we have research divisions that can produce effects of the research, and we can implement them into projects and products that are easy to use by the Polish or even to some extent maybe European public administration sectors as well. And by strategically combining this proactive AI with passive behavioral biometrics and promoting ethical oversight under the AI Act that has been entered into force, we are participating in building this complex and sustainable cybersecurity architecture and ecosystem, which is, in my opinion, fundamentally important for securing our future in regards not only to use of AI in cybersecurity, but generating cybersecurity, so our real flash security as well. So thank you very much for listening to me. I really regret I was not able to join you on the site today. And if you will have any questions, just please refer to the organizers. They will, I'm sure, forward the questions to me. I hope you will have a very productive and fruitful second part of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Piotr, for those valuable insights from NASK, and thank you for describing the solutions. Due to connection limitations, we won't be able to have a back and forth discussion with you today. So let's now change the setup a little and let's invite our on-site panelists. First of all, let's welcome Dr. Elżbieta Andrukiewicz from the National Institute of Telecommunications. Dr. Andrukiewicz is a head of the Security of ICT Products Evaluations Laboratory at the Institute and is pioneering the use of AI techniques in laboratory-level security assessment for digital wallet certifications. Welcome. Now, let's invite Romain Santini from DocaPost. Romain brings 15 years of experience in cybersecurity, EIDs, and trust services, including 8 years with the French National Cybersecurity Agency, where he piloted IDAS activities. He currently coordinates EUDI wallet-related activities in DocaPost and participates in the European large-scale pilots. Let's welcome Romain. Okay, so. Okay, so before we start, I'd like to encourage you to comment or add on what someone else is saying, or if you'd like to comment on what Piotr just have said. But let's get to the panel. So, Romain, let's begin with you, and let's start with a current challenge. Deepfakes are getting better at fooling identity systems, while AI detection tools are improving too. From your cybersecurity experience, how can wallet providers stay ahead in this technology race?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for having me here and for this panel. So yes, indeed, what we have seen in the recent years, in particular regarding remote identification, so onboarding into wallets or EID means for remote systems, is that artificial intelligence has really helped malicious actors to develop deepfakes in order to impersonate persons and steal identities. There was a big news like 1.5 years ago in Hong Kong where someone was tricked by making several payments with a total, if I remember, of $25 million towards several malicious actors. And he was convinced because he was in a live meeting with members of his executive committee, so he saw all his boss, he heard their voices, he saw their faces, so he trusted them to make the payments, and it was all just a deep fake with fake videos and fake voices designated to imitate the top committee executive of the company. So I think that's the most impressive case of malicious use of deepfakes. There have been several others, of course, and it was 1.5 years ago, so you can imagine if we were able to do that at this time, what we can do now, given the speed at which artificial intelligence and deepfake technologies evolve. So what can we do? The consensus that I heard from both our internal team and conformity assessment bodies is that artificial intelligence is not really fit to detect deepfakes as they are. So trying to fight a head-on battle, saying, okay, I'm creating a deepfake and I'm detecting it, it does not work. We will lose. However, what we can do and what works is trying to identify when a deepfake is being used, which means either because we are filming a screen, so someone created a deepfake, displayed it on a screen, and you're filming that instead of a real person in the real life. So that's the first kind of attack, which is called a presentation attack. And the other kind is when you just hijack the camera, so the video capturing device, to input your deepfake into it. So which is what we call an injection attack, where you basically replace the genuine video stream with a modified video stream. And these kind of attacks, we can detect them. When I say we, it's I would say the service and industry and member states as a whole. It's not just the Post. And we can use artificial intelligence in some cases, typically detecting that we are filming a screen and not the real face of the applicant. It's something that we can do with artificial intelligence. So to answer your question in short, detecting deepfakes, not so much, but detecting that we are tampering with a video stream, we can definitely do that.
Thank you. And building on that, how can AI and UD Wallet help ordinary citizens detect and avoid potential scams or malicious requests for their digital credentials while keeping the user experience simple?
Yeah. First of all, on this topic, I think we must remind that the UDI wallet should be operating in a closed and trustworthy environment. You know that there is a mandatory registration of relying parties in the regulation. They must be registered by a member state. They must get an authentication certificate in order for the wallet to be sure that they are communicating with a legitimate relying party. All European and non-European relying parties should comply with GDPR. So basically, it should be safe for the user. However, we know that 100% security does not exist. There will be flaws here and there, either technical flaws or organizational flaws. And attackers, malicious actors are really good at finding these flaws because that's basically their job. And so here I think that artificial intelligence can help, because when you look at the regulation and the security requirements in the regulation, there is a strong focus on preventing fake identities and preventing fake relying parties by using authentication certificates, secure onboarding, etc. But there is not so much on fraud management and fraud prevention once you have the wallet and you are communicating with a relying party. And there, artificial intelligence can help by, for example, warning the user if something seems weird in the transaction. So you are trying to send credentials to, I don't know, your bank. The authentication certificate is genuine. Everything seems fine on a technical point of view. But artificial intelligence could detect that there is something weird in the pattern, in what is asked, which is not what is usually asked by this relying party. Or if connected to the internet, artificial intelligence could see that there is currently fraud ongoing with this particular relying party. So I think there is really room to explore in this specific area, because regulation does not give a lot of ideas and requirements on this part. So there is room for innovate and find clever users of artificial intelligence. And in terms of user experience, we could imagine like a green or red dot, depending if it's okay or not, but leaving the final decision to the user. And then maybe something else would be to enhance warnings to the users depending on their behavior. That is something that the banks have been doing for a long time, analysis the user transactions, habits, behaviors, etc. In the context of the UDI wallet, we have logs of every action performed by the user that can be accessible to wallet providers with the consent of the users. So of course, this is something that would need the actual consent of the user on an opt-in basis, but having an AI agent that have access to the history of the users and identify something strange in the type of transaction that is occurring, the nature of the relying party that does not fit with the habits of the user. Could be a way to just warn the user directly on their wallet, or maybe send a warning by email, or I don't know, something else in order to reach the user if there is a suspicion of fraud occurring with their wallet. And so finally, on this specific subject, I think it will be really interesting to just watch, observe, and learn what is done in several member states, because this is a topic that's not really harmonized in the regulation. There is room for innovation, like we just saw before with a presentation from COI. So there is really room to learn from each other and bring the best value to a citizen.
And you mentioned regulations. So how do we harmonize European digital identity wallet across the EU, given current legislative and standardization challenges?
So first of all, the harmonization is the purpose of the new regulation and the digital identity framework. The idea is to go further than the previous IDAS regulation, and everything is done for it to be harmonized. There are harmonized interoperability protocols and formats, harmonized security requirements, and we are currently working, ENISA is working with the support of the European Commission, of member states and private sector experts on a harmonized cybersecurity certification scheme. So basically the idea is to have the same requirements in all member states and for all wallet providers, and have a common methodology and assessment practice in order to ensure consistent certification in the whole European Union. There are some challenges for that. The first one is that probably this European certification scheme will be ready after the wallets, so which is a bit of an issue, to be honest. It is also reliant on some part of secondary legislation and standards that are being finalized but are not finalized yet. There is a lot of work ongoing within CEN, within ETSI, within the ISO, with a focus on two, I would say, the most difficult points from a security perspective, which is user onboarding, in particular remote onboarding, and strong authentication in order to reach assurance level I. So works are undergoing, and I think if we want to be successful, we'll be in a situation where all member states will need to implement their own national certification schemes before the European one is ready. Because when you look at the timeline, the wallet should be in the hand of the users by December 2026, which means that the working on certification and assessment should start quite soon if you make the retro schedule from this end date. And so I have basically two recommendations. Recommendations is a bit strong, but I see two ways of achieving that. First of all, I would say a strong following and, if possible, participation in the work of standardization bodies, because we are building a European solution here in order to handle European digital identities. We cannot just take, I would say, extra-European standards as a given and say, okay, that's okay, we'll just do that. I think it's important that private companies, member states, the European Commission, anyone just has a look and participate in standardization work. And the second one, I think what would be important is a close cooperation between member states and ENISA, because member states are developing their national certification schemes. They possibly have really good idea, return of experience from direct implementation of these schemes on their own national solutions. On the other hand, ENISA has I would say, the legitimacy for creating the European framework, and we need a strong and vivid discussion between these two bodies in order to ensure that national certification schemes will be by design European compliant when the European scheme is ready.
Can't agree more. Thank you, Roman. Now let's talk about the laboratory and certification perspective. Dr. Andrukiewicz, how are you using AI techniques in wallet security assessment at the laboratory level, specifically during the evaluation phase before certification?
Oh, thank you very much for the invitation. Yes, indeed, there is some new perspective for the implementation of the wallet solution because certification basically is based on evaluation efforts, and evaluation efforts is something we are doing every day as the accredited lab in the National Institute of Telecommunication. But going back to this question, at the moment, the current practice in our laboratory is to apply AI-based tools for doing post-processing of the attempts to learn the very sensitive information about the hardware-implemented cryptographic algorithms based only on the observation of its electrical properties. That seems to be a very sophisticated approach, but in very quick word, I will just explain you. Basically, you can measure all electric values, electric properties from the implementation, regardless of hardware or software. If you have some crypto protocols or even every protocols, you have to just measure it on the very, very low level physical layer of the communication. And there are two phases. One phase is to just gather all traces exactly at the very well-defined point of time. And then you have to post-process using very sophisticated, mathematically advanced methods of correlation. And this phase, that's the first phase, results typically with millions of traces. And the second phase is to try to find a correlation, mathematically correlation between traces. So basically, you have a set of traces, and you have to analyze the next traces, whether it is good or not. And obviously, you cannot be successful on the first trial. In fact, applying the AI-based strategy for completing traces and based on your unsuccessful attempts could lead you to the success, which is learning the private key without any cryptanalysis. So that's basically the big role for AI based tools and application. Coming back again to the possibly wallet. AI tools, wallet evaluation. AI tools could play a big part in speed up the evaluation in terms of preparing the report. Basically, when you are the lab, the common criteria, which is the reference standard for our evaluation work, requires us a lot of evidence and documentation of evidence and description of evidence. And there are trials for several labs to use the AI-based tools to speed up this process. Unfortunately, at the moment, only available information about these trials is that they rely on the Gemini public Google machine. For very sensitive information, I would be very reluctant to use some public spaces, public cloud provided solution. It can be done using the locally installed AI model, but a little bit costly at the moment. So basically, the AI tools are the future of evaluation to speed up in many applications, to speed up both the trials, the attempts, penetration tests, obviously, and the reporting. Thank you.
And you mentioned that the National Institute of Technology has this AI-based approach, but do you have a knowledge if any other laboratories are having this approach or trying to?
In fact, a lot of laboratories are trying to implement some AI-based tools mainly for hardware implementation. There's a lot of space to do that, but obviously in other routine lab activities to speed up the process, to make it a more efficient and time-consuming, less time-consuming, obviously.
Okay, but are there already any established laboratory standards or norms for using AI in product assessment?
That is a bad news. Bad news is that the standardization efforts I'm working on in the ISO committee, which is responsible for evaluation methodologies and evaluation techniques. It is IT security techniques committee and a specific group devoted to this particular area of implementation of standards. At the moment, we have 2 projects related directly to AI-based evaluation of security of the products. One is, I have some numbers on this, but probably it's not very relevant. One of the projects has just started in July this year, and another project will start possibly in November this year. So having in mind that there is a long standardization process, that we could expect mature standards in 2 or even 3 years from now. So this is really bad news. However, some standards which directly related to what Roberto, sorry, Romain, sorry, I'm not very good in names. Romain mentioned about presentation attack is already done, and it is a very nice 3-part standards, which number is 19898. So it is a mature technology for doing assessment, evaluation, in fact, for this kind of attacks, which could be relevant to the AI EU DI wallet.
Okay, and then can you provide a specific example of how AI is being utilized in laboratory security assessment for digital wallets?
So sorry, say again.
Can you provide a specific example of how AI is being utilized, focusing just on the digital wallets?
Oh yes, I think this is obviously the prediction, and we are, in fact, this is a very, very complex process how to prepare the product and its documentation to the, let's say, common criteria evaluations. And in fact, we have just started this work together with the Center of Information, our Polish wallet provider, to prepare this product for evaluation. I mean, the developer is responsible for preparing it, but we can assist them. However, I think that could be at least two different ways of doing penetration tests, because lab is some sort of ethical hacker. We just doing our efforts to demonstrate that something is wrong, but not to everybody, but mainly to the developer and to the certification body. However, those 2 ways I predict will be applicable. One is to apply the AI-based methods, which is at the moment at the research and development stage. Only articles are about it, which is used for the blind attack. Blind attack means that we can attack the crypto algorithms and in fact the protocol, which is based on the unknown even crypto algorithm, without knowing even the algorithm. So this kind of attack could be very successful for the laboratory point of view, but still resistance to such attacks would be a very important point for the EU wallet, because all protocols are based on the crypto algorithms, including post-quantum algorithms. And the second is that what is already mentioned about this presentation attack. So on the onboarding, remotely onboarding process, that could be probably possible. So those two cases seems to be applicable, and obviously some other attacks could be developed just to show the resistance of the EU wallet, EU digital identity wallet at a high level of assurance.
Thank you very much. And before we conclude, as we know, there's a lunch right away. So one quick insight from each of you. What is one key insight for successful AI integration in European Digital Identity Wallet? Roman, let's start with you.
Yes, thank you. So my insight will be a bit basic because I'm an identity specialist, not an artificial intelligence specialist, but I would say, based on what I said on deepfakes and what I learned from you, from the presentation of COI, I think the key point for me is use it wisely where it makes sense. Because artificial intelligence is just a tool, it's not magic. And I think the first question to ask ourselves is, are we trying to fix a problem that needs to be solved? And is artificial intelligence the best tool in order to fix that? And I think if we have this way of thinking, we'll have a successful integration of artificial intelligence to the wallet.
True, thank you. Dr. Andrukiewicz?
I think that this, considering the time frame, it's a crucial thing is to get some efficiency in evaluation, not only in developing the product, but also in its evaluation. So AI-based tools could speed up our process, and we will try to get this as a tool, but still to just achieve efficiency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all of our panelists for sharing their expertise. Today we've seen that AI in digital wallets brings both opportunities and challenges. The key is finding the balance between security, convenience, and user trust. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you to the host for this very comprehensive overview of challenges and opportunities that are ahead of us when it comes to artificial intelligence in European Digital Identity Wallet. And now, before I invite you to join us for well-deserved lunch, I think, which we will have on the ground floor, restaurant on the ground floor. I would like to invite you to the stage for a group photo. It's not obligatory, but it will be nice if you could join us. So for those that would like to join us for the picture, please come here near the stage and we'll try to take a quick photo. For those who are not interested, please go ahead and enjoy lunch if you wish so. We'll have an hour for lunch. We'll break for 1 hour. We have slight delay. I'm sorry, what time do we have? Teraz, yes? Okay, so we'll reconvene at 2:45. Thank you. Sorry. 1 hour, so 1:45. Please come join us for a picture. You can stand in the back. We won't. We invite all the tall people to go behind, perhaps, but I think we need to get a little bit tighter. I'm sorry. Yes, and to the front, because we'll have more people, so you can come a little bit to the front. Thank you. Maybe somebody. I'm waiting for. Ktoś musi zejść. Ale nic. Tylko jesteś za... If I could invite you to move just a little bit forward, and if just a little bit more forward. Thank you. Forward, forward. Don't be scared. Up front here too, please. Go ahead. One more second. One more second. Do I want to be in a picture? I'm hungry. One. Thank you so very much. Enjoy your lunch. I will see you in 1 hour. Good afternoon. Just a quick announcement. We will start shortly in 5 minutes or so. Thank you. Welcome back, and thank you for rejoining us. I trust that lunch break offered a valuable opportunity for rest, refreshments, and networking. As we resume our sessions this afternoon, please note that concurrently an interrupt testing is taking place in Sala Kamienica on the ground floor, just across from where we have lunch. It is open to everybody. So if you wish to go and see what's being done, what's being tested, please feel free to do so. And if you decide to stay here, what we have planned for you, we will start with a panel discussion on European Business Wallet, Boosters for Digital Economy and Society. And please join me in welcoming to the stage Szymon Mamrot from the Ministry of Development and Technology, host of the panel.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the panel devoted to European Business Wallet. And let me invite to the stage our distinguished panelists. The first one is Marianna Sidorov. Marianna is Director of the Digital Economy Department in the Ministry of Economic Development and Technology. This ministry in Polish is particularly responsible for digital transformation of Polish businesses. The next panelist is Elżbieta Wójtowicz. Please welcome. Elżbieta is working for the Center of Information Technology in Poland. Of course, this famous organization that implemented Polish national wallet mObywatel app, and now is working on implementing EUD wallet in Poland. And last but not least, Piotr Brewiński. Piotr is the president of the FinTech Poland Foundation. This foundation brings both the experts and companies from FinTech sector. Dear panelists, I must say that our task is quite difficult, not easy, because we will discuss the European Business Wallet, which is currently rather vision, not the full picture. As you probably heard, the Commission published the concept of this very draft concept of this initiative this year. Now the Commission is working on the proposal for regulation that introduced this European Business Wallet, and probably this will be published by the end of the year. But of course, we do know something. We know that from the Commission proposal that it will be recognized digital channel for businesses to communicate mainly cross-border with public authorities. Of course, it will be built mainly on the trust services like electronic seals, like digital signature. Well, we know also that this solution will be implemented by the market, by the private sector. So for the market, by the private sector, I saw in some presentation that this proposal will not include detailed technical requirements in terms of deploying EUD wallet. Of course, we will see. Definitely, it will introduce the single digital identity for companies. It is we know from the current discussion that it will let exchange documents, data between the wallets, and of course this will be the legal communication channel for official notification. And Marianna, the first question is to you, maybe a slightly provocative question. Do we really need the special dedicated wallet for businesses? Maybe this currently implementing EUD wallet is enough for businesses. What do you think?
It's a very difficult and tricky question. What I have to underline that we are deeply involved in all the digitalization processes in Poland. Especially, we are taking care of digital transformation of SMEs. And when I'm asked about electronic wallets, I have to say that our SMEs don't use any digital tools. This is we have 2/3 of our SMEs are on the low digital intensity level. So we have to start from asking how to speak to them, how to make them use it. And coming back to your question, do we need it? Yes, of course, we need good digital services. We need EUD wallet, we need electronic identification, but do we really need separate application, mobile application or separate tool? I'm not quite sure, because maybe it could be based on EUD wallet itself. So maybe only attributes could be added. So we are on the start of this discussion. I think the nitty-gritty details are the most difficult in Poland, especially what do we have what we can take from registers like our Ministry of Justice, and there are so many questions to be discussed, like power of attorney or how to implement it in the wallet, how to use it. We have to stick to business cases because it's for business. So I think that I would love not to see public administration too much involved in the process. We have to listen to the market simply.
Okay, thank you. So, Elżbieta, now the question to you. The Center of Information Technology implemented the Polish mobile application, Obywatel. It is, I can say this is definitely a success story. We have over 10 million users. You are now working on implementing EUD wallet. So what in your opinion are the factors that will be important in implementing European business wallet as a success?
Yes, thank you for this question. And actually, one of the most critical factors that I would like to talk about is listening to the market. And when we compare that to our application, we listen to our users and their needs, and we try to involve them in the design process. So what we create is an optimal solution for them, not just for us. And I think that when we started Obywatel that was in 2017. The application didn't look so great as it looks now, and it is. I mean, we've come a long way, and that was also because of the fact that we talk to the users. So I would say we have to talk to SMEs and find out what it is that they really need from this wallet and what kind of use cases they would like to have in it. And the second aspect that I would like to mention is communication and promotion of the solution. And I know that especially people who are much involved in programming, in the technical things, wouldn't say that this is important, but from my perspective it is. Because nobody will use this business wallet if they don't know its benefits and what they can use it for. If there's no communication campaign about it, nobody will really know that this exists. And again, in Obywatel's case, we have conducted, I think, several campaigns, and also the Ministry of Digital Affairs did that. We promote Obywatel on our social media. We have different guidelines for it. I don't know if you follow our website on X as well. Obywatel is also there. We have a product page, which is info.obywatel.gov.pl, where you can read a lot about the application. We have regular updates, articles, Q&As. So I think that this product is well taken care of, and I think that this is also something that the business wallet should have. the third aspect is a little bit more technical, and here I would say it is important that it is interoperable with other solutions, and especially with the existing architectures. And we believe that it should be built on EIDAS components as well, and rely on qualified trust services. And that would ensure that what we build will talk to other systems simply. And I think that this will increase the use of the planned solution. And last but not least, I would like to tell you maybe a little bit more about the service that we did in cooperation with you, which is the company service. And we didn't really need so much regulation in order to launch it. So maybe maybe you don't really need that much in order to start something new. You should just simply take it step by step and see how far you can get. So, and for those who don't know this service, it is a special service for entrepreneurs in Poland who can simply check their data from the register, from the dedicated register, and they can, for example, share data for invoices via the service. And I think that we will be developing that. So that would be it from me.
Okay, so what I have taken from your, for what you said, this is a user experience is very important.
Yes.
Communication,
yes.
Interoperability, and we don't need to wait for the legislation to move forward to implement the
agile approach, I would say.
Yeah.
So simply let's handle things as we go with them, and let's just try to look at okay, so what kind of needs we have, and maybe try to find solutions for them. And I think that this is the way Obywatel is built. So we simply look at, like 2 years ago or 3 years ago, we looked at okay, what is that our citizens need, and then let's introduce it to the application. So and it might be different to what they have in Denmark, Estonia, or other countries, because every country is different, and that's fine.
Yeah, but so far for the Obywatel, the clients were the national citizens and,
Yes.
and businesses. But we are talking about the cross-border users, both citizens and businesses. Probably the European regulation would be helpful also to enable this interoperability between this.
But believe me, SMEs are also different across countries. So, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Piotr, you in this panel represent the businesses and the fintech company. And my question is that from your perspective, do the business need and expect this kind of solution? What do you think?
Oh, so thank you so much for being in here and inviting me in the panel discussion. Of course, I represent this part of market that is really focused on innovation. And as we noticed among our members and market players, there are extremely interested in cooperation with Citizen Obywatel application, especially for the purpose of compliance. And this is the solution that we believe not only Citizen wallet, but business wallets as well, that will accelerate and make it more efficient onboarding your client, and for the purpose of KYC, KYB processes across Europe, especially for those entities that wish to provide cross-border services. So it's for natural path for development of financial services providers. But not only aspect of being compliant is interesting from the perspective of market participants, but also looking for the business opportunities and using the I'm not saying that from the technical point of view it should be dedicated solution to entities. It might be integrated, as Marianna said, into one solution dedicated to the whole society, and to use different aspects of using this one single point of contact with government, but also B2B solution and communication for the purpose of your everyday business. So one aspect is fulfilling the compliant requirements that will be accelerated by access to the data provided by the state or government, but also this is the huge chance of accelerating the processes for business perspective, like e-invoicing or signatures across the Europe, or notification from the legal point of view, which is binding for your own purpose. And this is definitely something that we as entities, innovation part of economy, we are waiting for, that might help us to be competitive when we challenge market players coming from abroad, from the United States or Asia. So this kind of new solution might help us widen our market and be more open for providing services for citizens across the whole Europe and businesses, but also being more competitive with the players around the world.
Okay, thank you. So from your perspective, this will be the tool that will also strengthen our single market in the EU.
Definitely, definitely. We are really truly believe that after the common market, financial common market, there is a space also for the further integration between market players, and the access for, I don't know if now all of us are aware how complicated sometimes KYB process is. When you would like to onboard your client, for example, from Spain, and you are based in Poland, in Warsaw, so the process now looks like that you need to get the paper version of the documents. And for example, an entitlement for the representatives if they are not put in the court register. So it's very complicated process from this perspective, and it's of course costly. So we can accelerate the process and make it as smooth as everyday use of your banking application.
Okay. Marianna, so a Woody business wallet will be created by the market, by the private sector. So definitely this can be a boost for a trust services market. And my question is, what is the role of the government in this area? How the government can stimulate the development of this trust services market, not only in Poland but maybe across Europe, to increase the competitiveness of the Europe as a continent?
I think that our role is to collect the dots, to make sure that we don't produce too much tools, because nowadays on digital market we have a single digital gateway, the once only technical system, digital product passport. We have so many regulations, so we have to keep them as little as possible, as light as possible, and try to join them together, definitely. And then we have to be like the table and we have to create space for discussions, definitely, and try to be very active in Brussels to show the business cases, business user cases, try to activate as many Polish companies as is possible to join to a large-scale pilot projects like we built, for example, to make sure that our companies are represented in European solutions. What else? Definitely, we have to start with real business needs, not only administrative simplification, because I think that the business wallet is based on B2B more, or B2C even processes, not only business to government processes, because I hope that we passed almost this era of digitalization administration. Definitely we have to be in that the most difficult discussions like this ones about harmonized structures, harmonized data, because it's we have to do it. We have to remember about interoperability, not only in Europe, but also when companies from Europe have partners all over the world. So we have some standards, global standards also are very important. We have to facilitate, I completely agree with the communication. We are in the ministry now starting to run a very big campaign about how digitalization is important among SMEs, how technology is important, how trust services are important, because our SMEs don't use it simply.
Okay, thank you. So the needs of our users should be in the center of our work, and the government can facilitate the discussion on the market between different actors. Elżbieta, when you implemented mObywatel, and also now during implementation of EUD Wallet, definitely you face some challenges. You mentioned about the interoperability, user experience. Could you also elaborate more on this in terms of challenges that you face during this phase of developing this solution?
So you mean the new one, right?
Yeah.
Yes, so for example, we have one challenge which I will be talking about, I think, in 2 hours related to onboarding. Because at the moment, it is just a sneak peek. At the moment, we only have one identification mean that is at the high level of assurance, which means that if we just stay with just this one identification mean, we might lose a lot of current users, because not everybody has this EID card. Another challenge that we face is, of course, redesigning the application a little bit to adjust to the new wallet. We want to keep it visually as it is, but there will be some slight changes. Also, what you saw in July, I think it was, we've introduced a new version of mObywatel. We call it mObywatel 2.0. And it is a refresh of the application, because we wanted to help users simply get used to the new design of the application. I will show you that in the slides in a few hours, but what I mean is that the documents that we have in the application look more like documents. So there is a slight change. And of course, it is a challenge on the back end as well. And as I think as it was mentioned in previous presentations and discussions, we will keep the current application up and running, I think, for 1 year. And then, and at the same time, we will have the new wallet available. And it is, of course, a cost, a maintenance cost, etc. So these are the main challenges that come to my mind at the moment.
Yeah, so you mentioned about the challenges related to user experience and redesigning of the application. I'm wondering whether you have any challenges relating with onboarding public authorities to this application, to connect, to store new data documents in the application, in terms of you need to establish contacts with the different representatives of public administration, or?
Yes, so we cooperate with a lot of public institutions, and we do that now because that is, I would say, a little bit separate. It is a separate topic, because we will still have e-services in the new application, but right now we still develop e-services. And the last one that we've implemented was this collision service, Stłuczka, and that was also made in cooperation with our partner. So I think it takes a lot of effort from both sides. We have to communicate quite well. We have to agree on the same common standards. So it's always a challenge, and that is why it doesn't take days or weeks, but rather months. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Piotr, Marianna mentioned that the Commission is planning to implement several digital tools for companies. And in this term, the synergies between these tools are very important. And what is your view in this regard? What the businesses expect from digital tools, particularly these pan-European tools that could somehow help support the businesses in running business across member states on the one single market, Europe?
Yep. Thank you so much. So from this perspective, of course, wide adoption is something very important. From the perspective of the business, it's necessary to ensure that it will be used every day for many of the small and medium enterprises, first of all, because the market in Europe, over 90% of the companies are small and medium enterprises. So enhancing them on using this is the main challenge. And how to do this? Of course, from the perspective of user experience, and this is something very important from lesson learned on M-Citizen in Poland, how good user experience accelerate the use it by the not only entities but also citizens. So this is something very important, that the user experience should be similar, for example, to mobile banking application that they are used to use every day. I would say also interoperability, what was mentioned by Marianna, but also not only from the perspective of interoperability between the countries, cross-border interoperability, but also the access to the public data, as well as everyday business activities, for example, invoicing or programs that will help to use this tool for especially those small enterprises for everyday use. Then they will be used to use it as a tool for connecting and everyday experience on building their presence on the market. And of course, once more, I will mention small and medium enterprises and their inclusiveness. So how to make sure that they are in the system. So they do not have very much funds or resources to adopt new solutions. So we need to build additional value that will enhance them to being present. Of course, we've got a part of the market like financial market participants. They are totally used to use IT solutions for the everyday business, but average entrepreneur, which is a small, medium enterprises, they do not use, as Marianna said, they do not use IT tools for any purpose of their business. So ensuring that they are in the system by education, by communication, by enhancing them of the value that is coming from being part of the system is something that we should ensure not only on the private level, but also public level, to how to make them really be part of the business wallet in the future.
Yeah, I totally agree. So again, usability, and I think you are right that the small and medium companies should be the main users of the future European business wallet.
In other case, it will be a solution for big corporation and connecting with them directly, and it will be not used by a whole wide spectrum of the market participants.
Yeah, and so far I think we are concentrating on removing these administrative burdens. So sometimes we understand as a administrative procedure, but now it's time to focus on simplifying the daily operation. This will be also the factor that can cause that there will be a lot of users of this future European business wallet. And dear panelists, my last question to you is actually the same. As I mentioned at the beginning, the Commission is currently working on the proposal for introduction the European business wallet. And my question is to you, what would you recommend Commission to include in this regulation? How can we help Commission to shape the new regulation, but maybe whether we don't need this regulation at all? Marianna.
I can't say that we don't need it, but we will see it when we get it, of course. But I would love to see them down to earth, definitely. And I would recommend also cybersecurity to be very, very present in this regulation of this new tool. And what else? That, as I said before, it shouldn't be only to simplify administrative burden. It should be very based on business needs. I think also that it could have some mandatory obligation for administration, as you said, that we have to integrate with the wallets, or we have to use it, and maybe it will be easier than e-delivery process. And what else? That it can't take the market. It have to be business made. And I would love the help from Commission how to persuade our SMEs to use it. And maybe it's not to Commission, to big Polish and foreign companies. I would love them to help us digitalize the whole chain of resources, all the SMEs.
Okay, thank you. Elżbieta?
Yes, so we would advise to use the current eIDAS 2.0 components. And one way to do it is actually what Marianna has already said today, that we could, for example, have a special panel, business panel in the existing wallet. So what we could do is to oblige or mandate member states to create such a module in the European digital identity wallet. So I would say that we don't really see a compelling need to have another piece of regulation. But of course, if it comes and if we see it and if it's good, then I think that our position on that might change. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Piotr?
I wasn't so brave to be the first to mention the obligatory from the perspective of G2B aspect, but when Marianna already said that, I would say that it's worth to consider if it shouldn't be obligatory from the perspective of the relation between business and government. This is something that should be analyzed deeply, truly. And another aspect, of course, I will fully agree with Elżbieta. Let's use the tool that we already developed right now and we are working on to put another context to this. No, we are fully stuck with so many different applications and so many different tools that it will be a huge achievement if we will be able as a citizens use the same tool with different conspects, with different aspects, and the access to the data if we are individuals or we are entrepreneurs in one single place. It will be a huge achievement for sure. And of course, we should enhance them also to analyze how to make sure that the final solution will be used as a part of everyday business. Then it will cover the whole aspect of the market. If it will be part of your everyday business activity, then it will be a successful story.
Thank you. So my takeaways from your speeches is that definitely the needs should be in the center of the of our solution, but actually we don't need new regulation to address these needs, because it is possible also within the current regulation. Of course, interoperability, of course, the communication about the solution that we are creating, that we are implementing. Definitely the listening to the market in terms of the needs, but also in terms listening to the service provider. Looking at the European strategy for single market, there are a lot of different tools that the Commission is planning to implement. Definitely, it is important to find synergies between them, to have a complementary solutions, and of course, still there are a lot of burdens in Europe. A few days ago, I said that actually the president of the USA increased tariffs for Europe, and actually we were not able somehow to protect before this. But there are internal tariffs within the European Europe that we are able to decrease or limit. And for this, I'm quite believe that we need user-centric digital European tools. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Big applause for our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you to the panelists for sharing their thoughts and insights on the topic of the European business wallet. It is a relatively new subject for many, but it is quickly gaining the attention and traction across the industries. Our next agenda point is a panel on the EU approach to age verification. Please join me in welcoming the host of the panel, Aleksandra Kacała-Szwarczyńska. Olu, the floor is yours.
Welcome. This session is all about European Union's approach to age verification. I'm Aleksandra Kacała-Szwarczyńska, legal counsel from Ministry of Digitalization, Poland, and I'm delighted to be here and welcome on the stage with me my fellow panelists. So the first one already introduced, Mirko Calvaresi, senior consultant at European Commission, coordinating the adoption of the EU digital identity wallets across European member states. Welcome. Please welcome Jarek Sigitowicz, co-founder of Autologic, the EID hub, who specialized in combining technology with design as well as developing products and bringing them into international markets. And Konrad Ślusarczyk, Director of Government Engagement at Visa, responsible for promoting strategic solutions related to payment policies and regulation in the Central and Eastern European markets. So age verification may serve in various processes, but it will be particularly important in protecting children. As more and more minors access online platforms, the European Union seeks to provide their protection in digital space. Under Article 28 of Digital Services Act, online platform providers are required to address risks such as exposure to illegal or harmful content. So one of the key tools to address those risks is age verification. Mirko, could you start by introducing different methods of age verification and describe which are general principles that should guide them?
So basically, as you already mentioned, age verification is core in the strategy to protect minors from the European Commission. And this is consistent with Article 28 of the DSA regulation. So the article in itself, it's open to different implementation. So in order to help member states to reach a good level of age verification, the Commission, similar to what has done in the area of the wallet, had created tools, and especially a dedicated website, which is age-verification.dev, with a sort of a blueprint implementation of the age verification. There are several methods to check the age verification online. We are offering a reference implementation, which at the moment checked the reference implementation using ADMIN, so basically an online identification already present, but there are other methods like passport request or so on. And in order to check it because one of the, maybe I should have mentioned before, the attention of the Commission in the age verification area is also to provide the most privacy-preserving solution that is possible. So basically the idea is to offer the attestation of the age verification without disclosing any other attribute regarding the user. So in principle, and first is the identity. So basically it is totally guaranteed that you cannot access adult content of any kind or purchase adult items without disclosing your identity. That's one of the requirements to age verification. So regarding this requirement, we are developing already in the reference implementation that I already mentioned, zero proof knowledge and other mechanisms that are totally API credential that are totally privacy preserving. So the key principle of age verification for Europe are privacy preserving and compatibility also with the current state-of-the-art technology. I would mention also that fact that age verification comes in the same environment, in the same architectural framework from the wallet, and we consider age verification one of the primary use cases of the wallet, of the future of the wallet itself. So you don't have a separate app to perform age verification. You can use the wallet to have age verification, because the wallet it is initialized with the personal identification data, and so you can derive an attribute about being age above or not at certain age. So just to give you an overview.
Perfect. And from the business perspective, Jarek, could you share with us the most common use cases of age verification today?
Absolutely. So the first use case is access to content. I think we all know what kind of content is being protected or age-proofed right now. So we see use cases like regulations in the UK called Online Safety Act that is forcing all content providers to adopt age verification or age estimation. The second use case, I think much more difficult, is for social media. And social media is much more difficult because often you need to verify age not 18 above or 18 plus, but 13 plus. And that's the problem where if you are 18 plus, age verification is relatively easy because you have an EID or the wallet. If you are 13 plus, this is not necessarily the case. So the age verification is much more complex.
Okay, that was insightful, thank you. Konrad, Visa did not participate in Potential, but you were involved in European Wallet Consortium. So what have been your experience there, and especially when it comes to age verification?
Thank you for the question, Alexandra, and thank you for hosting me here. That's very true that at the beginning of our consideration, whichever consortium Visa should join, as obviously one of the digital technology leaders, and believing very strongly that European digital identity wallet is this forward-looking, future-looking tool that can help accelerate, digital transformation in large in Europe, in particular member states as well. We have been considering those consortiums which have been, closer to, I would say, our bread and butter business, which is of course, verification, authentication of the payments, and then initiating them. And that's why we have chosen EWC at the moment. But as we had heard during this whole day here, the closer we are to completing the first stage and then go into the next one, I believe those use cases tend to be overlapping. And that's good because we can test between each other those use cases. So basically, when we started this collaboration with a lot of partners from government side, but also from the business perspective, we have become very focused on travel credentials and payments, again, quite obviously. And we have been also leading a payment task force, which was actually aiming in one of the components that we are now discussing, which is age verification. This was a, I would say, quite simple use case. We took an opportunity to test in a live environment how, and it was, how it was designed, how Romanian student, working and studying at the university in Greece is traveling and paying for some of leisure during his free time, and then we had to use credential attestation in order for this particular person to get some discount. So it was proved successfully. Again, it might appear quite simple use case, but in fact we have been testing how cross-borderly this whole interaction could play out. And as I said, it was successfully developed, but then of course we started considering how age verification could be facilitating in much broader and in-depth scale, because it was already mentioned, but especially minors protection is absolutely one of the key priorities for European Commission, and we are seeing it, and there's a lot of interplay between different regulatory acts, be it EIDAS, DSA, or even Payment Service Directive. So we know this is definitely something that we need to take into consideration. And because of these reasons, we also started actually testing how we can facilitate some business cases at the local level, more bottom-up than top-down, for one, to protect those minors in a way that is prescribed by the Commission. Gambling or any other content is obviously one of those fields that we started to be engaged, but also at the physical level with purchasing in stores, when there's definitely a need to identify a person. Nowadays, at least in Poland, also by law, it's mostly by the physical identification, and of course, we should aim also to ensure this more digital way. But this was basically something that we started to be engaged, and we hope to continue this with our business and government partners.
Thank you. And today, you are facing another challenging and in particular cross-border challenges. Can you a little bit developing this area?
Yeah, so as I said, it was a successful testing, but of course there are a couple of hurdles that we already identified, some on the regulatory, in the regulatory area, like potentially if you use strong customer authentication to identify the person and then initiate the payment, how you treat those activities, either as outsourcing, which tends to be quite a challenge, especially for businesses, and if we can somehow, again, to this element of interplay, if we can somehow solve it from the regulatory perspective. Another hurdle that we have identified is still quite not yet well-developed adoption of digital tools that entrepreneurs, businesses can use to facilitate different, I would say, stages of this whole process, payment process and identification process. So, the ultimate goal is, of course, to, in ideal scenario, to have a digital identity wallet which you can use almost like a passport, like going through the borders, pay it any way you wish, and be recognized in a very valid form. But this is something which we are probably still ahead. But again, to the point on cross-border, we believe we're in a good place, but still there's a lot of things to solve out on the way.
Okay, thank you. Now I have a little bit more open question for you all. So tell me, please, do you think that the adoption of age verification tool may accelerate the uptake of digital identity wallet? Jarek, could you start?
Yes, I think this is a gateway to large adoption, and as you mentioned, it is one of the biggest use cases for EUDI currently identified. And I think we can share some insights from the UK market, where Online Safety Act, which allows age verification and age estimation, impacted currently available digital IDs on the market. So in August alone, Yoti digital identity wallet gained 1 million users in just 1 month, and total downloads was around 19 million, and they have 7 million users currently in UK, and some of them are in France because there's similar situation. One ID UK, most of their users gained after Online Safety Act was introduced. They currently have 5 million users. So this shows you the scale of adoption for one single market, where the age verification mandate is implemented. And I believe that this will happen as well in European Union, in each of our markets, as soon as we have this kind of regulation in place.
Okay, thank you, Mirko. I see
Well,
that
this
you
is
are ready.
it's connected to what already. Thanks for mentioning it. I already said before, we consider age verification one of the top priority use case in terms of adoption, because once you have established the use case in the wallet, it becomes a very common use for the citizen. So there are many possible offline and online, as we say. So in reality, when you buy alcohol, it's not necessary to access Hadot website content, but also to check, to prove your identity when you have to go to the physical shop. I've seen also a nice experiment done in the large-scale pilot, combining the age verification with the payment authorization. So when you check out the payment, you also check your identity, because maybe some of the items which were in your merchant chart were just for adult, for example, again, alcohol and so on. So you don't have to think about adult website to consider how crucial would be these use cases. For us, again, this is one of the tracking use cases for the wallet adoption. We see, that's why, for example, my opinion, but this is shared for the adoption team, that we want to have the age verification inside the wallet instead of having another separate app. Because myself, I was developing the wallet, national wallet, before coming to the Commission, and I know how difficult it is to bring this kind of application to the market and to start getting user around the application. And we see that this is an opportunity for the wallet to go instead of having another app. And again, if I cannot just a small message there, it is important for this kind of age verification application that we communicate clearly how this is privacy preserving, because this could be one of the concern of the citizen, of course, to use this kind of digital, let's say, authorization to access this kind of services, mostly online. So I think that it should be the privacy preserving, which is backed by the current implementation, should be communicated very, very clearly to the citizens. That's one of the key in the adoption, according to myself.
Thank you. Konrad, would you like to follow?
Yes, of course. I think what Mirko said about data privacy is absolute priority for all of us, government and business representatives, to adopt while we are implementing and building, EU digital identity wallet framework. I would say, based on experiences of my organization, as we look forward to what commerce, especially online commerce, might bring, we definitely think about potential of AI. So agentic commerce, how we call it, is definitely a future of payments, how we perceive it. And going forward, if we look at how sophisticated fraudsters are nowadays with attacking all the payment networks everywhere, and for us also to keep going with all the mitigation measures in place, if we look forward at what AI can bring us, digital identity wallet might be actually the answer to those problems, because if you can imagine, having, and this is at least my vision, I'm not sure if you agree with me, but if you have, one application, I think Piotr already mentioned that is in his last panel, one simple tool to, on one hand, securely, safely, and reliably identify yourself, especially if it's a state, owned or state-supported app, and then use it for multiple, activities, be it, public services, but also commercial-based services. You can then at least think about preventing some of those, fraudulent attacks on the infrastructure, because you are securely identified and you are eligible to different, tools when you are either purchasing something online or even use some public services. So I would say if you look forward at, agentic commerce situation, which I'm describing, digital identity wallet might be actually a good solution to populate at a broad scale.
Thank you. And another open question in the area of AI. Do you think that the age verification will evolve into a proof of human? What is your standing here?
I believe that. And actually your example of commerce where agent is buying on behalf of human is very valid, but in some cases like tickets, you explicitly don't want bots to be present in the process. So age verification plus proof of human is something that we are looking forward to in the future, because in some cases you just don't want bots, and you want to clearly understand who is human, who is not. The second case would be social media, where it's absolutely crucial to understand that you are dealing with 13 plus or 18 plus human, and this is unique human, right? And to the note of privacy preserving or privacy preservation during this processes, one of the key elements of consideration, I think, should be ability to use different wallets for your PID. Currently, like this is latest news, Switzerland voted in the EID law, and they explicitly stated that the role of the government is to issue digital credentials, which can be imported to any wallet at the discretion of the user. So I think it's very important to understand that privacy not only starts with the wallet, because the wallet will issue zero knowledge proof of 18 plus, but the wallet itself can be subject to some kind of surveillance. And in the worst case scenario, if you are using the government wallet, the logs of activities can be somehow traced. So I think this is additional consideration that we should have in mind, that giving users flexibility in terms of where they can use, in which wallets they can store the credentials, as well as using them for not only to prove age, but also unique humanness. I'm not sure if this is the word. So these are the use cases that will be driving the adoption of EIDs, and this will create a healthy competition between the wallet providers, I think.
Yeah, I agree with this point. I just want to add, in terms of observability, the regulation, just to answer your question, mandated could be no observability from the wallet provider of the usage of the wallet. So no log, just no. It's not mandated that this should not be happening in terms of in terms of usage. So there is a sort of guarantee on that terms. I just want to answer also on the question about artificial intelligence in the proof that you are over underage. I think that this is theoretically possible. I mean, but I'm skeptical about giving it the legal value in terms, that using a automatic tool, artificial intelligence tool, assess the age, especially when it comes depends on the specific use case, depends on how sure you have to be that this kind of use case should be enabled for overage or underage user. The entire mechanism of trust that the European Digital Wallet relies on is based on a trust mechanism, which is, and which is pretty secure and pretty stable in terms of trust. Of course, when you introduce something that is statistical, like the artificial intelligence, you might accept a risk that there will be hallucination or not kind of, not 100% sure decision. This could be, in terms of efficiency, quite good. In terms of legal, let's say, requirement, could be not acceptable. So it depends on the use case, I would say. But in principle, technical, of course, this is possible. I've seen a lot of demos that artificial intelligence can mimic the human behavior extremely well, and can also be extremely useful to assist the human in case of frauds and this kind of scenario that you want to have in security, especially you want to have some kind of you don't have the certainty that this is that you can rate this kind of event as a security event or not. So you have to have sort of support in terms of legal certainty. Of course, this should be assessed by very carefully, case by case.
Thank you very much. I will try to make some conclusions here, but I would say that the age verification is a cornerstone to digital trust, and using zero-knowledge proof is the most reliable method of protecting and safeguarding users. And those fields that we mentioned, e-commerce, social media, but also gaming, gambling, and financial services. I think that those are the main fields are here. So thank you very much. Thank you, Konrad, Jarek, thank you, Mirko, and thank you all for joining us today. It's been a great discussion, and I hope that it will inspire further dialogues beyond this session.
Again, thank you to the panelists and to the host for sharing their insights and expertise on this very important topic. Next, I would like to invite you to the stage Michał Tabor from Observatorium BIS for his presentation on trends and insights of the landscape of qualified signatures in Europe. Michał, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm afraid we need to remove those chairs because my presentation won't be seen here. If we can make some remove. Sorry for that, but it will be easier. And those who are here in the room will be able to hold the screen and my presentation. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Michael Tabor, and I'm involved in development of eIDAS since the beginning. And I also think that electronic signatures, it is what we started 20 years ago with electronic signature directive, more than 26 years ago, with electronic signature directive, after that eIDAS 1 and currently eIDAS 2. And having this in mind, sometimes it's good to have some retrospective, to have go back and have better understanding what we are talking about. Because We had some presentations before, and we were talking about QSCD-centric model, wallet-centric model of signing, and do we all understand what we are talking about? 15 years ago, I presented one slide like this, that electronic signature should be simple as card payment and easy, because we are doing card payments very often. And currently, I'm not sure about the statement so much, and I want to say why. Maybe it will be part of our discussion, because when we had even demo today morning, we saw that those signature with qualified electronic signature was done very quickly. Nobody knew what it is. And if we go to the main reference in signing, of course, it is handwritten signature, how it works. The first thing is understanding what we are signing. Authenticity, integrity is always ensured by paper, and it is ensured even before signing, not just after signing. We know what we have to sign, how it works. The content, it means our will, is accessible for us. We understand what we will sign, and it is not just short information. You will pay 10 euro for something, but it is some agreement, some our will, we have to do it. And at the end, we have some biometric bound to what is our will, and at the end, why we are signing. We are signing to generally for relying parties, and for relying party to make evidence at court, to present your will that you took alone or any other decision in that context. In going deeper, we have to understand that signature, it is not just only something what we put it on the paper. It is always some kind of the process which provides us through our decision. And in the process of signing, we always saying about celebration of signature. It means we have a time to have this agreement and to make this will consciously, let's say like this. And the both in the process which is paper-based and electronic-based, we need some steps of this signature as a process. It means to have knowledge that document is ready for signing and what we are signing. It means to have access to all the document to be signed, to have access to all attributes to be signed, and be to be sure that it is what we are signing. Even, and it is known in banking sector, in financial sector, that if there is some problem with loans, with some decisions, competent authority body is making some statements that it is the problem of the bank, if it is not the proof that all the evidence was presented pretty well. And in the dialogue or in all discussions about signature, we always focus on signature creation data. It means QSCD, stuff like this. It is part of our control, sole control on the signature, but I'm not sure if it is the most important part. And I will show you in the moment what, in my understanding, is the most important part in the signing process. And it is also shown in the standards. I'm taking part in standardization. I'm part of ETSI which is developing standards for electronic signature, and we have those standards, especially signature creation application standard. And also we are developing standard for wallet interfaces for signature creation, which is part of wallet interfaces to trust service providers standard. When we take to consideration signature creation application, having it in the middle of signing process, because generally signature creation application, this is the interface to the user. This is the something what presents data, what controls all the signing process, what builds all the evidence around whole this process, and also can help us to make it the signature smoothly. Also, it connects to signature creation device, which is in context of qualified signing QSCD. If we compare, for example, this requirement for electronic signing to have this QSCD, which presents all the content to be signed, which interacts with the signatory, we can see what's the main difference in the context of payment transaction and signing. If we have payment transaction, we have some transaction data. You will pay 20 euros for something. We have some attributes, additional attributes of this payment, but generally this consent for payment is very simple. When we have signature, it is more complex. And just to make very short comparison between complexity of transaction, which is general payment transaction or very short agreement to something, versus qualified signing. If we have transaction, data is very short and clear. We know context. You will pay something for it. When we have signature, it can cover multiple documents. It can cover large document like 1,000 pages sometimes. When we have transaction, we have predefined policy. We know the context of payment because we have agreement with bank or we have agreement with our payment provider. With qualified signature, the whole context can be created from the scratch. Generally, in transactions, all the content can fit on one screen, and there are no attachments. And with signature, there is one requirement: signature or data to be signed to be available to the signatory, presented, because if the signatory does not have access to the signed document, signature is not valid. And it is not part of eIDAS, it is general law and understanding that if you sign something you haven't had not capability to see, the signature can't be valid. One thing which we are talking in piloting and in all wallets approaches about signing is signing based on identity. It means we provide identity from the wallet, and signature is based on certificate which is issued in the moment of signing, and wallet supports this part, or wallet can provide some authentication mechanism based on, for example, issued electronic attestation before, and with that can use multi-use of one certificate for many transactions. Generally, it's a long-term certificate after previous onboarding to the qualified TSP. And those models are considered. And also there are two different models for signature creation application I discussed before. One is about signature creation application, which is part of some service. This service can be provided by qualified trust service provider, or the service can be provided by third party or possessed by user. For example, a desktop application which supports our signature, or it can be part of software included or connected to the wallet as integral part, like two solutions working together on, for example, on one mobile device. Let's go through some models for signing to make it to make the general landscape of all possibilities how to handle signing. One is we have contract. Contract is presented on website, and in the moment of signing, user using wallet signatory registers to the qualified TSP, to the qualified issuer. Certificate is issued instantly, and signature is done with this short-term signature. The second model is based on long-term certificate, and qualified signing is used after previous registration, which could be done with different means, with the wallet or without the wallet. Wallet is it's optional part of the registration to the qualified service. Only one thing which is issued probably in most cases is some electronic attestations of attribute provided by qualified TSP for future authentication purposes for remote signing. But both models, this one and the previous, are based on remote signature, where data creation signature are kept by qualified TSP in the name of signatory remotely. But we have one more model, which is very often discussed, about local QSCD. And currently, in the standardization, we are talking about some workaround to make this local QSCD emulated as remote signing and provide the same way as before. Not just make it internally, but with some solution to provide it remotely as other remote services. Also, we have desktop signing, where typically desktop solution contacts to local signature driver, and remote signing server can be supported, and wallet can support both local driver or can support a remote signing model, having those options all together on one screen with local and remote signing service with system. When we have wallet inside, it's just the same as desktop. It means having those two options are pretty the same, desktop and signing, and standards can support this model. When I was saying about all those models of signing, I presented generally two functions of the interfaces supporting wallet. One is signature activation, which which supports all the protocol, how signature can be created or activated with QSCD, and also protocol for identifications of signatory to register to certification authority. There are two additional things which are currently in the models of supporting signatures by the wallet are considered. The first thing is signature initiation. It means, what's the problem? Typically, bank have some agreement to be signed, and bank needs to provide it to signature creation application. Of course, bank can have own signature creation application and work with this. And after that, all the invocation of the process is done. But generally, we have two options. One option is the bank uses preferred signature creation application. It can be own signature creation application or signature creation application delivered by some solution which is for example, provided by QTSP, or the user requests preferred signature creation application. User decides, I use always this signature creation application. It is my preference because I trust that they provide me the proper way. They can handle my signatures this way that I can trust, I can know what is presented to me. Have in mind, signature creation application, it is the epicenter of signing, providing all the information to the user and the main point of trust to the user. With option one, wallet does nothing to be done because the bank uses preferred SCA and for example, sends document to this preferred CA. In the option two, also wallet can support this. And wallet can support it with with those tools which are already in the wallet, with electronic attestations of attribute. Generally, there is token, let's name it token, possessed by wallet, which informs the bank how to redirect the information to the signature creation application, and this token, presentation of this token, can be used to authenticate bank to the proper signature creation application and provide all data. It means at the end, user decides where and how will be handled his or her signature. It means we have at that moment those three things, and the last thing we are working in the standardization is signature attributes. Generally, what is the problem about? Just very simply on this graph, we have power of attorney in the wallet, and we want it not just only presented to some parties, but also to be included in the signed document, to have some solution which allows in the standard way to put this power of attorney and be presented by the wallet. And currently, I have to say that there are preliminary works on options in this process because we have few models for it. We have to include it and sign it together with document. But unfortunately, I can't show you any solution for that because it is not done yet. From my side, it is general all. Few takeouts from this presentation. The first thing, we are using qualified signature to have strong protection, and we have to balance between simplicity and making it very, very simple versus make it secure, because it protects much more than just only simple transactions with well-known context. It means signature, it's not equal to payment, and I can't say where and what is more important, but it is something different. And signature creation application is this cornerstone. It is this most important part to focus on, to secure from the user perspective all the signing process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michał, for this insightful presentation and thought-provoking one, as always, from Observatory BIS. Thank you. Continuing with qualified electronic signatures, we'll hear next from Joanna Koczorowska from Centralny Ośrodek Informatyki. Joanna will present piloting qualified signatures, building effective public-private collaboration. Jasiu, the floor is yours.
Good evening. I'm coming from the team that is responsible for our mObywatel application. And today I would like to give you an overview on basically how we decided to put in use the possibilities that Michał has just talked about. So how it basically started. It started with EIDAS, the new regulation, with Article 5A. Probably I don't need to quote it to you. You know that we are obliged to put a free electronic qualified signature into the application for our citizens in the wallets by the end of 2026. So when we started to think about this requirement, of course, as any other member state, we started to think how to make it free, how to make it default, and what actually is the non-professional purpose that we're allowed to limit the signatures to. Starting to think how to do it, we decided to check the choices that we already had on the table. So in Polish specifics, we did have already two types of free signatures, the trusted signature and personal signature. They were free, but not good enough. They are not qualified. They are only advanced. The trusted signature is mostly used in public services, and the personal signature is the one that is given in our physical ID card, but it's also not the default. You have to ask for this signature to be put on your EID card, so not everyone has it in the beginning. In Poland, it is very often that the digitization is driven by the banking sector, so we also checked what they have to offer. And in banking sector, mostly inside the processes, they are using various methods of signing or acceptance, usually SMS codes, push notifications, still not good enough for us, not qualified, usually at best at the substantial level. So our only way was the qualified signatures that are offered by QTSBs. We think that they are not very widely used in Poland for natural persons. It is very common for business. And we thought that maybe this is the way that we should go. Then we started to think about the models that we could implement it. So of course, we had two basic solutions. We could do it in-house, or we could buy the signatures. If we do it in-house, yes, we do have a national signature for natural persons, but probably we are hijacking some part of the market for QTSPs. Maybe a significant one after the eIDAS 2. We could buy the signatures and probably generate some numbers for paying for them. But the other thing is that we could actually create a business potential for the qualified signatures. And since we didn't have like a clear solution, we decided to invite to the conversation people who actually know most about the qualified signatures, which are QTSPs that are offering them. And inviting them to this dialogue, we came up with a pilot that we would like to launch this year. By the end of the year, it should be in the wallet, in the mObywatel for the citizens. The pilot we wanted to do because we want to see how the signatures will be adopted by the citizens, but we also want to see how the market will react for this possibility, and we want to check our assumptions. So together with all the QTSPs, Polish QTSPs, we decided on the pilot that has assumptions as you see here, and the signature will be added as a service to mObywatel app. The signature will be provided by QTSPs. So the signing application is on the QTSP side. It will be a remote signature with short-term certificate, and it will be issued on the fly. It will be limited to PDFs only. And we will have 5 free signatures per month per user. How actually it will look like? As you know, in mObywatel, we like to keep things simple. So it will be a new service put on the services list as any other. And when you enter the service, you have all the QTSPs that are offering the signature, and you can choose which one you want to use. The list is ordered randomly, so you actually, every time you enter the service, the order is different. And when you choose a QTSP, you are moving to the part of the process that is on the vendor's side. So you are going out of the application. mObywatel is also keeping track of the signature limit. So you know that you have 5 free signatures, and when the limit is exceeded, you still can do the signature, but you will have to pay for it. As I told you, when you choose a QTSP, you are moving to the process on the vendor's side, and this process may vary. So we are not making QTSPs to have the same process to change it for us. They can use the process that they already have, and usually it contains of acceptance of terms and conditions, uploading documents, and then you need to confirm your identity. And confirming the identity, you are going back to the mObywatel application. Of course, to issue the qualified signature, we need to maintain the high level of confidence. And it is not a wallet yet. We don't have the PID, so we needed to think of something. And we are achieving this level of confidence by combining the mObywatel with the certificate of attendance from the eID. So mObywatel is the electronic identity means on substantial level, and to make it higher, we are adding the data from the certificate. No PIN is needed, and you are scanning the document with NFC with your phone. Because we are doing it at the same time, in the same process, we are comparing the data, so the data are the same. It gives us the proof of presence. We also have an optional push notification. So when you confirm your identity, you are coming back to the process on the vendor side and accepting the signature. And it is possible, if the QTSP wants it, to send a push notification to Obywatel, while you confirm additionally the documents that you are signing, and actually the process is finished. It is also possible to start the process from the web, because the process that I already showed you, this is the mobile one starting from Obywatel. But just to make it possible to enhance some more business use cases on our QTSP side, you can start it from the web. You are logging into the Polish node, and then you select the QTSP, and you are coming, directing to the Obywatel with the QR code or with a dip link, if it's the web browser on a mobile device. So where do we go from here? We want to finalize the ultimate process for the wallet, the one that will be issued with a compliance to eIDAS 2. And what we're aiming on is to have it free for the citizen in every case. So if it's the non-professional use, we want it to be limited to PDF and granted by QTSPs. If it's a signature needed for administration processes, it will be paid by the government, of course, if this model is the final one. And if the signature is needed for the business process, the business part is paying for that. We also want to broaden this discussion and talk with the market about the relying parties register and issuance of electronic attestations of attributes. But this is, of course, the trust part of the market. And we also want to talk with other sectors. So we are ready and we are looking together for use cases that the wallet actually can cover when it's already implemented. So we would like to build together the use cases, the schemes that are needed, and mostly find solutions how to use the attributes in the best way. So it will be both enhancing the business part and actually useful for the citizens. And from my side, this is all for today. Look for the new feature in Obywatel. It should appear for Polish citizens in the application by the end of 2026. Thank you.
Collaboration between public and private companies brings together the strengths of both sectors, the innovation and agility of the private and public sector, and it is and the regulatory support of the public sector. So it's no different here, it seems. So that's so good to hear. Thank you, Anna, for your presentation. I would like to now invite you for a short break, a short coffee break, 15 minutes. It's 3:30, so let's reconvene at 3:45. Coffee will be served just in the back, so enjoy. See you soon. Tak, ja już się zabieram, bo to moja woda. Dobrze, że jest przerwa. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a chance to grab some coffee and connect with fellow attendees. We are excited to jump back in. Let's just get settled in and let's continue, please. For the next an hour and a half, we'll have a series of workshops on onboarding. I'll start with presentation on strengthening digital onboarding in mObywatel, challenges and opportunities under eIDAS 2.0. And for that presentation, I would like to welcome to the stage Elżbieta Wójtowicz from Centralny Ośrodek Informatyki. Elu, the stage is yours.
Okay, so thank you so much for this warm introduction and good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Elżbieta Wójtowicz and I'm a product manager at the Center for Information Technology. And today I would like to talk a little bit more about onboarding to the European Digital Identity Wallet together with Jan Szajda, CEO at the company Ident. I will co-host the session with Jan, but we will start with my presentation. And as the implementation of the European Digital Identity Wallet is approaching, we have a lot of dimensions and challenges to consider. So it is not just about technical challenges, but also some regulatory aspects that we have to take into consideration, and also user experience. And we will talk about it in our workshop today. And the plan for today is as follows. So first of all, there will be my presentation about digital onboarding in mObywatel. Secondly, Jan will have his presentation about video verification and also challenges that come with it. And at the end of our session, we would like to invite you, of course, for questions, but also sharing the best practices from your countries. And we hope to have a good discussion. Maybe you have some thoughts. It doesn't have to be, statements from your countries. It can be just sharing experiences. Yes. So let's start with digital onboarding in mObywatel. I will talk a little bit more about how it looks today, how it will look in the future. So after we have implemented eIDAS 2.0, and I will talk about challenges that we have in this process. So I've divided my presentation into 3 sections. Yeah, so let's see how does it look now. So we have designed the process of onboarding in today's application to be quite quick. We think it is quite easy to understand. We think it is very user-friendly. For those who have our application, you can tell us how it looks from your perspective. And when we download the application, we have, we hope, 3 simple steps to complete. So first of all, we activate the application, then we have to select a document, and then we confirm our identity. And on my right hand side, you can see the first screens in the application. We also like adding descriptions to most, I think, of the steps. Because that makes users feel quite safe with the app. And here you can also see the brand new screen where we ask you which version of the app you would like to choose. Because I think since, for 3 weeks now, I think we have this new mObywatel for pupils. So that is why it has changed a little bit. Yes, and so let's say we've we've downloaded the application and we are at the stage where we would like to verify ourselves. So we select a document, and the most common option is to use the mobile ID, which is, I think, something that most of us would do. It is just for Polish citizens. Then we have dia.pl, and this is a document that is meant for Ukrainian refugees. So that's only for them. And we can also add another document, which could be a student's ID card. And then we go to the step in which we confirm our identity, and we can do it using 3 different methods. So we are talking right now about today. So we can use online banking. So, I mean, to put it very simple, we can simply verify ourselves by logging into our bank on the way when we use the application. We can also use the trusted profile, which is an identification mean on the substantial level. It's been notified on the substantial level. And we can also use the electronic ID card. And I would say that the first 2 ones are the most popular with our users. The third one is not so popular because it is something that, but I will talk about it a little bit later. So let's move on to the next slide. Yeah, and here I wanted to show you a few slides just showing screens, how we make the application, especially for those who can't download it, for those of you who don't have mObywatel. So when we go to mDowód mobile ID activation, we also get some description of what it really is, which makes our users feel safe, and it makes the application user-friendly. And we know that because we conduct a lot of user research in this aspect. We are activating your mobile ID, and then we have our mobile ID in our application. And in the panel, I talked about this refresh of the application, and this is what I meant. So this mobile ID, it looks like our physical ID card. So this is what we've changed. But it's still not the eIDAS version of the application. Yeah, and now a little bit more about UX side of the application, which I've already mentioned a little bit about. So we have specialized UX research teams who conduct in-depth interviews and also usability tests to create an optimal journey. And from our perspective, it is quite important to involve users in the making of the application, because then we know that the way the application is designed really speaks to their needs, and they know what to do when they open the application. And for those who are interested in the topic, there will be a special workshop tomorrow at 11 that will be hosted by my colleagues. So I think you should definitely listen to hear what they have to say, because I think it will be very interesting. But that's not the topic of this presentation, so let's move to the next part. And now I would like to show you how we want to redesign the onboarding process with regard to the eIDAS 2.0 regulation. Yeah. So, of course, as I mentioned in the panel as well, we face several challenges. And one of the challenges we have is that, as you could see, we have at the moment 3 methods to identify ourselves. And I told you that online banking and the trusted profile are the most popular ones. And yeah, it is ironic, but the one that has the high level of assurance is the one that is not so popular with the users, and it is this ID card with an electronic layer. Yes, so what to do now? And on this slide, I've tried to summarize the challenges that we have related to this EID cards in Poland. Because we've discussed the topic internally, and we've come to a conclusion that people, our citizens and users, often don't know what this EID card really is, what kind of opportunities it gives. It is not just about the signatures that they could use by having this EID card, but also, for example, use it as a verification method, a remote verification method. These EID cards, they're associated with many difficult names, such as PIN codes, CAN codes, and many users don't really know what it is and how to use it. Another challenge is that not everybody has it, because the institutions, the users, they have the time to exchange ID cards until 2029. And I know people my age who don't know the electronic ID card. Myself, I do have it. But if we are talking about 2026 or 2027, then I think that most people will not really have an identification means to use the wallet. And as a result, we may lose quite a lot of users in the new application just because of that. And at the moment, we have 10.5 million, and we would like to keep this result. Yes, so these are the challenges, and of course, what we could do about it. We are thinking about some communication campaigns to encourage people to maybe exchange their EID cards as well, or simply educate our users, especially those who already have these electronic ID cards, to simply know how to use them and to prepare them for this new wallet. Yes, but this is something that we have in our plans. So at the moment, we just have one identification mean that we could use. And now I will show you the new screens and how the application will, I think, most likely look like. I think this will, as you can see, we don't really plan a visual revolution. So the app looks quite similar to what we have right now. There might be some slight changes to that. And we are still planning the onboarding process with the use of EID cards, because this is what we have. Yes, so this is the new design, and as you can see, when you go to this new application, you set a password, you set a PIN, then you repeat the PIN, so this is the activation of the application. And then, now comes the most important step in this onboarding, because we have to add our PID, which is person identification data, and we have to confirm our identity. How do we do it? So basically, we want to use two certificates in our EID card. The first one is the presence certificate, and another one is identification and authentication certificate. So we will have to use our PIN code in order to do it, and also scan our EID card with NFC in our phone while using the application. Yes. So here are also a few more screens, how it looks. So let's say we did all the right steps and our identity has been verified, and here we have the document. And as you can see, the screen is very similar to what I've showed you today. Yeah, and I think the most interesting part of my presentation is about the challenges. So more about the challenges today, yeah, and how we are trying to navigate in this situation. So we are considering some more methods for Polish citizens, and one of the methods could be using an identification mean on the substantial level. which could be the existing mObywatel profile or the trusted profile. And then we could use one of the certificates from the eID card, the present certificate, which doesn't require to use the PIN code. And I think that Asia also talked about it in her presentation, but in a different context. So that would be one method, one way to do it, and it would be much easier, right? Because we wouldn't need to, we should remember our PIN codes, but maybe, yeah, it would be better if we could do it without it. And another method that we would like to use is to use the confirmation points to activate the new wallet, the European Digital Identity Wallet. And maybe you know, or maybe you don't know, but we have some confirmation points. These are the offices where you can go and simply verify your identity. I think they're related to the trusted profile, but we could kind of transform them to simply help us with the situation. There are over 2,000 of them in Poland, and we could go there and simply verify our identity and activate the wallet. It is maybe not the most desired way to do it, but it is one of the options that would be very secure and at the high level of assurance. And the same method we could use when it comes to non-Polish citizens, because also according to eIDAS 2.0, we are also obliged to provide verification, to provide this wallet for non-Polish citizens. And this is something that we could use as well in this case. This method has some disadvantages as well. Because it is quite expensive, it would require some special equipment from us and most likely staff training, but we have to work with the methods which we have at the moment. Video verification, which Jan will talk about, is an option, but we do not know solutions at the moment which would be certified. So every solution should be certified in order to be used in this context. Yes. And last but not least, I would like to tell you a little bit more how we cooperate with the market in this regard, because we try to also have common standards and approaches with the market and to and maybe many of you don't know, but it is possible in Poland to onboard, to have the onboarding process completed using mObywatel. And I don't know if in all the banks, but I think there are definitely banks which use it. And we would like them to continue having this opportunity. So that is why we are in the onboarding working group, which is coordinated by Future Finance Poland, and we will test some use cases with the Polish financial market, for example, opening a bank account. So we will simply use the new wallet for that purpose, for them to test it. Yes. So. Yeah, I think that would be it from me. And now I would like to invite Jan for his presentation, and then we will have a discussion. And it depends on you if it'll be short or long. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Jan Szajda. I'm CEO of Ident, the company which delivers remote identity solutions. Thank you for attending for my presentation. It's a pleasure to be here. We were discussing during today multiple subjects related with using the digital wallet, but still there is a question how it will be possible to create such a verified and reliable digital identity. And I think that for today we can't answer for sure on this question. As far as I know, there are still the discussions regarding which methods, which paths, what will be possible to create, especially in a remote channel, such a digital identity, and how the users can be onboarded to the e-wallets. But still, we can consider some possibilities, we can think about some challenges, and we can propose some solutions. And I would like to focus today on few aspects, on few possibilities, including the video verification and also usage of biometric, also in a scenario, for example, with usage of the electronic layer reading. When we are talking about video verification process, we can think about that before the e-wallets subject has been introduced, and also still today, also currently, we are living in the time where the e-wallets are not widely available. However, in the same time, there is a huge need on the market to create a reliable digital identity. And the way how it is currently mostly done by the customers, especially in the private sector, it is using the physical identity documents like identity card, passport, and this kind of documents in digital channels to create a digital identity. Let's say that we can name it like a video verification. It can be attended, it can be unattended. There are a lot of challenges. I think that we are all aware about the challenges, like the possibilities of showing the fake documents, like the deep fakes, and this kind of stuff. However, in the same time, there are the possibilities to create such reliable process, good enough to achieve the certification to be compliant with the regulation ADAS, the previous one especially. And we are among the other companies, multiple companies, which received the certification to be compliant with the ADAS regulation regarding the identity proofing process. It means that using the video verification process under the specific conditions, under the specific paths, we can deliver this process, for example, for the qualified services like issuing the qualified signature or e-delivery process. It means that it has been approved, it has been accepted, that it is good enough, and the risk is, let's say, to be accepted to serve this kind of the solutions for such a sensitive processes. But what about the new ADAS regulation? We can ask if it can be still used for remote identity proofing. And I can say that yes, after fulfilling some conditions. I will present few aspects which have to be fulfilled and which are worth to think about what ADAS 2.0 is saying about the video verification. I believe that maybe the first important subject is that with ADAS 2.0, video verification has been recognized as a method capable for achieving the high level under the conditions. One of the conditions is that there will be participation of the agent who will approve the results of the verification. So earlier, and it's should not be a surprise, because ADAS first version has been accepted in 2013, and in that time, in fact, such a methods didn't exist so much on the market. So they, of course, were not included directly into the regulation, but now they are widely used and they are, let's say, accepted and pointed out that it is possible. However, the supervision by the agent have to be placed in the process. What is very important also is that the supervision in the remote identification process has been strictly defined. Currently on the market exists a lot of companies, a lot of solutions, and to be honest, each of them are delivering the process on their own way with the different standards, different approaches. So this approach, this regulation will allow to unify these scenarios and services. And the example is that the supervised remote identification is described how it should be performed, what is the agent roles, and also that it is possible to support by the models, AI models. However, the final decision have to be made by an agent in such a process. So it is allowed to use the automated solutions for supporting to give some results and let's say summary from the process. However, the final decision have to be made by the person who is responsible for the process. The another thing, the another issue is the auditability. Currently we have the statement that the audits, the logs, the proofs from the process have to be taken fully, like of course the data from the process, the movies, the photos, but also the logs, and have to be available as long as it will be needed. Maybe it's not very precise, but it is like that, and it means that the proofs from the process have to be stored for a pretty long time, as long as they will be needed. Also, we have to take here into the consideration that it is not only like the, let's say, the evidences from the process. Also, the information like the model version of the AI models used in the specific process have to be stored to be audited in the future. So a lot of additional data should be assigned to the process and be available for further analysis if it will be needed in the future. Interoperability, of course, is like one of the fundamental issue regarding ADAS 2.0. Here, I would like to emphasize the idea and the assumption that if in one country will be used some e-wallet based on the wallet from the another country, which has used some onboarding process, for example, it can be rejected by this first wallet. Yeah? So also interoperability have to work on this level, and it can be like a limitation depending on which paths of the onboardings to the wallets has been used by the user who is using some wallet. Yeah, so we saw in a moment ago the presentation how it will work in mObywatel. However, if in another country there will be another kind of onboarding processes, still these wallets have to be have to have the cooperation, and the attributes from the wallets have to be accepted once to each other. Also, it's worth to mention about the accessibility. I think that we can summarize it pretty quickly that there is a straight connection, straight point out to the Accessibility Act, and also this issue is emphasized that the process of the video identification have to be compliant with European Accessibility Act. One of the most challenging part, but I believe also one of the most important, is the thing with related with presentation attack detection and injection attack detection. Shortly, we can let's say summarize that it is the protection against using the fake identities, is using the techniques like presenting video recordings, using the deepfakes, but also the manipulation of the data to put some data, not real one, but for example, automatically generated. With this subject, it's a lot of requirements. One of them is, for example, the need to be tested against fulfilling some, it's not in fact to fulfilling some requirements, but the companies which would like to deliver such a solution from November 2026 will have to deliver the proof of being tested by the certified laboratory, which say how these solutions works in a specific cases. So it is important the few things are important here. The one is that we still are working in a time that it is not needed to be certified against presentation attack detection and injection attack detections. So for now, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that's how I understand it, it is possible to achieve the certification to be compliant with the eIDAS 2.0 regarding the remote identity proofing without being tested or certified. From November 2026, it will be obliged, these companies will be obliged to have such a test, but it will not be the audit. It will not refer to any standard or any aims, like achieving, I don't know, some percentage of the success and so on, but the obligation will be to pass the tests. And the third thing is that, if I'm not wrong, currently it seems that there is a only single laboratory which is allowed to perform such a tests. So you can see how many challenges we have here to fulfill these requirements. Okay, and also regarding the solutions which can address these issues, these challenges, and there are really challenges. I will show you some examples in a moment. What is happening in this scenario, in these services? The companies will have to develop the solutions like the liveness detection, deepfake detection, and different kind of protection against using the injections. And that's why the biometric development is so important for maintaining these services on a proper level. That's also what I would like to share. Some examples of the possible scenarios which have to be addressed in a remote identity proofing. So for example, such a solution should detect properly that someone is showing the face or document photo on a screen. That some documents can be, for example, printed, that the mask can be used, or that the deepfake can be used. And maybe it seems to be a little funny, and that's our work in our, let's say, internal process. However, these photos, these examples are real, are taken from real processes. And you can see how creative the people are, what kind of the things they can do to try to pass positively through the identification process. And when we are thinking about delivering the proper solution for fighting with such a possible attacks, these solutions have to be very generic. We can't think about the specific path, specific way of usage by the frauders, because in a moment later it will occur that they will find out something new which we didn't predict it. So the challenge for these solutions is to be very generic, to address the new potential attacks which will come tomorrow or in a week after, but we even don't think about it. And that's why we developed for liveness detection, we developed the solution which allows to create a 3D map of the face, even without a special hardware, so it can work on any device, any camera, and in this way it allows to check us if the face is a real, if it's a real person, if it's not a recording, if it's not a printed photo or deep fake. We were talking a lot today about using digital wallet, and my statement is that without using the biometric solutions during the usage of the wallet, it can be pretty risky and it will be abused by the frauders. On the screen you can see now the example of the automatically generated 3D face. It was like a movie, which was also, this face was moving properly, making some gestures for which the user has been asked. And this was used together with the digital wallet. So it means that someone who was not allowed to use it used someone's wallet, generated these movies, and tried to go through the process it was in the identity proofing process. However, it means that there are already the possibilities to use a digital wallet without the knowledge of the owner. So from our perspective, and let's say that's my statement, that it is really crucial to think about ensuring who is using the wallet in a specific moment. And in my opinion, it can be done only with the usage of biometric and only with the solutions which is able to detect such fraud attempts. We also tried to repeat such a possible attack. So we used Jan Kowalski, it's our specimen. And these photos, these movies, has been generated based on this photo. So having such a black-white photo, it's not rocket science to generate 3D movie with properly moving head and put it as a stream to the camera and try to pass through such a process. It was said that for the new mObywatel, which will be compliant with eIDAS 2.0, the onboarding process will be for sure the usage of the electronic identity card together with PIN. The challenge which we have here is that the usage of PIN is not very widely, it's not, let's say, popular. Not everyone has the possibility to use the PIN. So what we are proposing is using the biometric part and biometric solution face comparison together with liveness check instead of using PIN. That's such an example. On the movie, you can see the example process. Firstly, there is a scan of the document which allows to read out the data like a CAN number. Then the user is putting the document into the phone. The data are read out from the electronic layer, including the face biometric photo. You can see it in a moment. Of course, that's the showing what kind of the data has been read out. It can be skipped for the user, and in the next step, the user can record few gestures confirming that he is the owner of the document which was used in a moment before. So I believe that such a process could be used instead of using electronic reading out the electronic layer document together with PIN. Instead of that, the eID plus face biometric could be used. So I think that that's the most important things which I would like to mention. And we prepared some questions together with Elżbieta for you, and we hope that we'll have a discussion in a moment. Thank you.
Yes, could you please put on our slides? Yes, so we've prepared 2 questions for you. If you could go to the next slide. Yes. So the first one is about identification methods. Maybe you would like to share with us what kind of methods you are considering in your countries for the new wallet. And the second one is about the challenges that you have in your countries. So our main challenge is with the onboarding. Of course, we have some more, but maybe you would like to share with us what you do in your countries and what kind of challenges you have. Nobody?
What about this PAD and EAD challenges? Do you have maybe some experience with that? Do you have maybe some knowledge how the companies are trying to manage it, because it seems to be pretty challenging, especially with these tests which have to be done by the so far single company. Okay, and what about these possibilities of onboarding for now? How it works in your countries, especially in the countries which are already using the electronic wallets?
Yes, yes. Do you have EID cards? What kind of other methods are you considering? Maybe you, Rafał, you will say something. Rafał is from Poland, so but you could tell a little bit more about our challenges. I only spoke about the onboarding process.
Yeah, maybe I will ask Jan about the onboarding, because as you know, we talk about the law of assurance high, about the potential threats. And we're considering the onboarding using our ID card, but also we are thinking about the video verification because it's very convenient for the user, especially in case when the user forgot their PIN to the ID card. And Jan, what do you think? What we should do in case to be on track and be one step after the identity stealers, because we have to keep if we decided on the video verification in a long term, the potential ID stealers are always before solution. Yeah. So what should we do as a wallet providers and your company as a biometric provider to keep the solution on the same high security level?
Yeah, so I believe there are a couple of things which have to be done. Firstly, we need to monitor what is happening, and that's what we are doing. I mean that daily we are reviewing the processes which are performing regarding the remote identification, and we are trying to catch out some schemes, some new approaches which are done by the frauders, and we are trying to address them. That's also the another thing is also what I mentioned, that we need the general solutions. For example, regarding the deepfake detection, it's a really serious problem, and there is a lot of companies which are claiming that they are detecting the deepfakes. However, the real challenge here is to deliver the solution, especially regarding the deepfake detection, which is able to detect a new type of a deepfake on which it was not trained. So it is something which we are also trying to achieve, and I can admit that from the technical point of view, it is simply not easy. The another thing is that we have to think about the onboarding or identity proofing process as a very complex system, and include their necessary elements. So, for example, we can think what kind of the processes are most trusted, are most safe. Yeah? So using the electronic layer reading together with checking the signatures under the data which are stored there, together with biometric, for me it's like one of the most safer solutions. Of course, the same will be with using the another digital wallets. Yeah. But if we are talking about the video identification, maybe we should include some additional source of the information to be sure that someone is not using the stolen document. There are also the points like the possibilities to extend the solution in a way that that would allow to check the data from the another sources. Like when we are delivering today the solutions to the bank, the most effective functionality is the ability to detect that someone is using multiple personal data together with the same face. And it is something which allows us to detect like serial frauds. In one bank, we even find out 62 different personalities of the same person, while part of the documents were simply original, printed out for fake data or stolen data. The data were real, but taken from someone else. And only such a feature will allow us to detect that it is not a real person. And now we are also working and we are discussing with the like a finance industry, for example, to run the project which would allow to exchange the data between the different entities. So if we'll have the ability to cross-check the frauds between the different entities, we'll be able to detect more frauds attempts, yeah? and to protect our customers before that. So there is a couple of things, and there is like a whole process. For sure, there is ongoing process. This is not kind of the solutions which can be developed and delivered and we can forget, because also as you mentioned, the frauders are also working, and they are very creative, and they are still thinking how to pass through these new protection solutions.
Okay. Yes, please.
Yeah, one of the success factors of citizen and obywatel in Poland is the cooperation with banking sector for the confirmation of the identity of the users, to make sure that the majority of the society will get access to the citizen in a application in a short period of time. And the question is about all challenges that we are facing right now to keep this kind of cooperation between the market participants like banks and the public sector, to ensure that new citizen application will be followed with the number of citizens using the application every day, similar to at least that we are facing right now.
So your question is if Moje ID could be still one of the options to onboard in the new obywatel.
For example, and all those challenges that we are facing to ensure the process is still compliant with regulatory requirement.
Yeah, I think we would need to look into that, because at the moment this is what we have, but we are open for discussion because we acknowledge the fact that many people like this solution, and I think that it is one of the most popular ones. But at the moment, I think that we would need, Rafał, correct me if I'm wrong, we would need to dig into that a little bit deeper in order to find out if we can increase the level of assurance of it.
And maybe I would add to that. I understand the question maybe a little in another way. What is the way to make the adoption of the e-wallets more wider? Can I also treat this question in that way, or? So for me, with the limitation for now, the main limitation of the usage and the further adoption of the obywatel is the way how the companies can use it. Yeah? So because the process is pretty complex, it is for some reason, of course. Yeah? The companies have to be checked and verified, but it is something which maybe can block some companies to get the simply implement it within their process. And I believe that if it would be something like the possibility to deliver the solution to use the obywatel through, for example, the integrators, through the companies which can represent specific entity in the front of the obywatel system, it would raise the adoption of using the obywatel rapidly. From the other point of view, we can we have to also take into consideration that despite that is a pretty challenging process, this usage of the mObywatel is pretty widely already existing on the market. And of course, when it will be implemented compliant with eIDAS 2.0, the problem will be resolved by the definition. Yeah? So it will disappear. And Michał would like to ask some question. Yeah?
If I can add one incentive to all this, the mistake sometimes we are doing is that we think about onboarding to the wallet as binary thing. You are registered to the wallet or not registered, and nobody knows about you. But if we go to the standards, we have something like wallet account, which is just some information about the user of the wallet, and after that, PHT issuance. It means even with that, we can think that, like in banking sector, we have also account, and after that, if we want to loan, we are extending information about us. And let's consider, even in context of mObywatel, that everybody who has already on board to mObywatel has wallet account and is capable to do it, to be recognized in the ecosystem. And even now we can collect some additional data which will be helpful in future onboarding of this person. And additionally, when PID is issued, we can have additional methods to validate this person, but the person we already know.
Yes, thank you for this comment. So what you're suggesting is to use, to simply limit some services for those users who have an identification mean on the substantial level, right? Yes, very creative, very creative. Thank you so much. Any more thoughts? Okay, now we have someone as well.
Thank you. Very quick one on identification and verification and challenges. What you've put on the slides is that the eIDAS 2 requires for storing the actual videos. As I do understand, the current market standard is that when you as a third-party provider provide a service, let's say to a bank, you only issue a report from the verification.
Yes.
And presumably you may have some videos stored internally within the company, but I do understand that eIDAS now requires the entity to hold those videos as, let's say, an evidence, yes? How you would want to go around this problem? Because from my perspective, this kind of provides quite a significant challenge in terms of logistics, data storage, and few other items in terms of kind of a capacity to do those efficiently.
Yeah, so that's one of the challenges. I have to say that for now we didn't let's say finalize the ideas how we would like to achieve this. There is also another subject related with who should hold this data. Yeah? If, for example, this service is used for the QTSP for issuing the qualified signature, and if we'll agree with the TSP that the data are taken out from us to be stored in their space, we are, let's say, saying that, okay, nothing more should be needed from our side. Otherwise, it will be, we don't have such an example for now, working example, but it would be for sure the challenge. And as you said, the data like the videos and let's say all attributes which we gathered during the process, it is also the requirement for now. But here we have the extension of that. As I mentioned, the information about the systems, about the solutions, about the versions of the AI models used in a specific time for this process. Yeah? So the range of the information is much wider than earlier. But this is the, let's say, issue which we'll work on during next month. So for now, I don't have a specific answer on that.
Thank you. I have two questions, one for Elżbieta and one for Jan. Maybe I will begin with Jan. What is the acceptable level of false negatives when it comes to video identity recognition?
Okay, so maybe I will ask to answer my friend from the company. Okay, Alexandra, on that, because she's let's say more deeply involved in the technical things related with that.
Okay, so mainly we are right now cooperating with the French laboratory, which is accredited to perform such a testing. And right now, like, the norm is not determining the level of the biometrics results, like, for example, like the standard certification for the FIDO, for example. So in this case, they are testing in case of each vector of attacks, and they're just trying to establish if the system is able to detect this type of the attacks or not. So when it appears only once, they're trying to make it once again, and if it passes once again, they are determining the system is not able to detect such a vector of attack.
Yeah, but I meant the opposite, actually. The negative is the situation in which you recognize a true person as a false. Not recognizing attacks, but rather recognizing real persons.
Oh, so you mean like the face comparison only, the biometrics?
I mean,
or the PAT and IAT detection, because that's the two different things.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Right now we are only obligated to perform the testing in case of the PAD and IAT detection, and nothing more is declared right now.
Okay.
So the performance of the face comparison is not determined.
Yeah, so I think that the rest of the issues are addressed simply by the risk analysis, which have to be also done now. And such a cases like false positive, false negative are also included in the risk analysis. To be honest, I didn't meet with the specific number which is required. And also, for me, it's not the something strange, because in general, calculating the accuracy of such a process is really challenging itself. I mean that for comparing, for example, two different solutions, we would have to have the same data set for tests. And for now, on the market exists so different kind of solutions that it is even not possible to create a common test for these all different solutions. So even the comparison between the companies and the solution providers, if for example, customers would like to buy some solution, would like to test which is more accurate, more efficient, it's really hard to perform. So it is, I believe, something also missing currently on the market. Maybe in the future, when we'll have more standardization, more unified solutions, it will be somehow also developed. There are some standards regarding the face comparison, regarding the liveness check. But again, for example, we saw the companies which passed these certificates, which passed these audits, and we know that this solution is not, let's say, working good enough. As the example is one certificate for the liveness check, which multiple companies says that they have such a certification and they are, claiming that they are good because of that. However, not so many people knows if we would go into the details of this certification, it would occur that most of this certification has been done based on the iOS platform with usage the LiDAR hardware, only for that. And for that, it's not a challenge to pass through such a test. But it is shown like, that the company has such a certification, so it is worth to read the details, what exactly has been certified and which was accepted and proved. And then the second.
Yeah, when it comes to the second question, in your previous presentation, you've mentioned that you plan to host mObywatel 2 and 3 in parallel for some time, right?
Yes, yes.
So, can you elaborate, how do you imagine this transition process? How do you think about convincing users to shift from 2 to 3?
I think it was in one of the panels, that it was mentioned, but I can also explain that to you. So at the moment, we have what we call mObywatel 2.5 with this new design and new refresh. And the EIDAS 2.0 compliant mObywatel is what we like to call mObywatel 3.0. And for 1 year, I think we plan to have both solutions, and that would be a period where we would like to allow the users use the current application and also let them kind of get used to the thought and the new application. So we don't want to simply shut it down, because that would be a problem for many people when using e-services, etc. So we want to simply have that continuity. And then, of course, that's your question, is more about what kind of means and what we could do in order to encourage citizens to switch to the new one. And we will definitely think of some communication campaigns. We will also have a lot more materials available on our website and social media about how to do that, so how to go through the onboarding process and what this new application is about. So we will definitely take care of this topic. Yeah, so of course we can't force anybody to have this new application. But this is what we plan to do at the moment. We think it won't be easy. And of course, we hope that we will have more methods, identification methods. So not just the EID card, but we still have over 1 year to do it. So this is, the state as of today.
In fact, we will give you our users very long period of time to migrate from our current solution to new one. So as we said, we don't kill in a one-time solution. We migrate very, very slowly, because the onboarding in new app will be more difficult, actually. Yeah.
Maybe I would back for a moment to this question to the storage, because I was thinking in the meantime. So what we are doing for now? For now, we are using global platforms. But also depending on the countries. For example, with the projects in France, we are also asked to use the national, or let's say local company. So for now, we are using these providers of the infrastructure like sub-processors, and we are also in the case if it's needed to store a larger amount of data, like for the video identification together with the agent, where there are also stored the video recordings of the whole conversation, which can last sometimes even 15 minutes if the agreement signing is included and so on. Sometimes it's few minutes, of course. Then we are using something like a possibility to archive this data. This service is not so expensive. The expensive is to take out some data from the archive. So that's how we are resolving it for now. But of course, if it will be like a scale of dozens of millions of recordings or hundreds of them, maybe then we would have to think about the in-house storage. But that's the thing to think over for the future.
Do you have any more questions? Okay, so I think we can close the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Elżbieta. Thank you, Jan. Thank you for your participation. As we wrap up the first day of pairing Europe's potential, I would like to take a moment to thank you all for today's energy, insights, engagement throughout the day, although a little bit more heavy towards the end, which is nice, given how long we've been here listening to great experts. Today we've covered a wide range of critical topics that are shaping the future of digital identity in Europe, from the inspiring opening message by the Secretary of State, through the results and reflections of the Potentials project, to forward-looking discussions on the AD wallet ecosystem. AI integration, qualified electronic signatures, this day has been rich in knowledge and collaboration. We explored not only policy and strategy, but also concrete implementations, from digital onboarding and video verification under ADAS 2.0 to the role of AI chatbots in national applications like mObywatel. The afternoon's dual-track format allowed us to dive into both technical testing and broader policy discussions, proving that progress in digital identity requires both robust systems and user-centric thinking. Thank you again to all the speakers and the moderators and panelists, of course, for sharing their expertise. A special thank you to the Ministry of Digital Affairs for hosting us, and to the French Ministry of the Interior for their support with the interoperability testing. And most importantly, thank you very much, the audience that is here with us today, and those that joined us online. Your valuable contributions and drive this important work forward, and thank you for the conversation. We look forward to seeing you again tomorrow and for another day of collaboration, discussion, and progress. If you are leaving us today, thank you for coming and have a safe travel back home. And if you're staying, I would like to invite you for a cocktail hour or networking that will be taking place at 7 p.m. Downstairs in the restaurant just where we had lunch. Thank you very much for today. See you all tomorrow.